Presenting our nation's colors tonight, Cub Scout Pack 362 Color Guard. Interpreting our anthem via American Sign Language, Lily Coral. And to present our national anthem tonight, in honor of the late, great Mr. Padre, please welcome his daughter, R&B, hip-hop, and pop singing recording artist, Anisha Gwynn. Please sing along as she presents the Star-Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land and of the free and the home of the brave?
Anisha Gwynn with our national anthem.
20 years. I can't believe it's been 20 years.
Way back! Goodbye! Grand slam! Home run, Steve Finley!
There was this air, there was this feeling that it was like, this could be the year.
They were loud and intimidating.
And then when Hoppy came in, Hell's Bells came, dude, let me tell you, it was unbelievable.
And the Padres draped the National League flag around their shoulders for 1998.
I'm sure people were stunned about what was happening.
What the odds were, our back against the wall, we all believe we can win.
A special night tonight in San Diego. The return of the 1998 San Diego Padres, saluted here before the game in a great ceremony. It's the Cardinals and the Padres in Game 3 of a 4-game series. We welcome you inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo along with Mark Sweeney, donning his shirt here tonight, as well he should, as the Padres tonight take on the Cardinals. And the top of their order is Travis Jankowski again, and right now, Mark, he is on fire.
He's been on fire, and they need igniter at the top of the order. That's what Travis Jankowski has, even leading off the game last night. Slashing style, being able to go the other way. Then they start pitching him in. He gets that single, but later in the game, pounds that fastball, the short, quick swing for Travis Jankowski, and that's a good sign. They need to continue that offense tonight. This is about offense and defense, and Travis Jankowski was both sides of the baseball, defensively throwing out a huge gem last night. He continues to marvel defensively, but that's what's going to be a huge part for the Padres tonight to try to sustain these Cardinals. These Cardinals have been very good. It's been pitching and it's been offense, and Tommy Pham is one of those guys you have to watch. 2 home runs in this series already.
Well, the Cardinals have been on fire to begin this series, and the Padres trying to grab Game 3 tonight on a beautiful night in San Diego as Tommy Pham stands in on the right side. And Tyson Ross ready to work as lots of sunshine here to begin the ball game. Padres in their throwback 1998 jerseys, and the first pitch of the ball game is going to miss outside for ball 1. Underway tonight from Petco Park with Tommy Pham leading it off. Pham at .343, 7 homers and 17 runs batted in. Pham, DeYoung, and Martinez to lead things off here in the inning. For Tyson Ross, his 8th start of the year, coming in at 2-3 and spinning Pham out of the box. Seven home runs and 17 runs batted in to go along with the hefty batting average for Pham at .343. And that's a strike. Pham thought he had ball 4, but it's in there for a strike. And 3rd in the National League in batting average. Double Herrera #1, Nick Markakis #2, and then Tommy Pham, who draws a leadoff walk here in the first inning. Well, it's time now for the weather report, brought to you by your always sunny San Diego Honda dealers. Lots of sunshine here tonight to start the game. 64 degrees, southwest breeze at 6 miles per hour, and the forecast mostly cloudy for the remainder of the night. Sunshine right now anyway. And Pham at first to begin things here in the first inning, and brings up Paul DeYoung. Moving up in the order and batting second tonight. Ross trying to find his groove right now, falling behind.
Doesn't have the command early in this ball game, but really has to do with commanding that fastball to set up that slider.
Fly ball headed out towards right center field. Manuel Margot in and over to make the catch for the first out of the ball game. Well, we've seen Pham and DeYoung. Let's check out the Cardinals starting lineup tonight for Mike Matheny. Jose Martinez will bat third for him at first base, with Marcell Ozuna in left field. Jed Jerko, the former Padre, at third base. Dexter Fowler in right field, with Francisco Pena doing the catching tonight. Greg Garcia at second base bats 8th, and Michael Wacha bats out of the 9th spot, the pitcher. Here is Jose Martinez with 1 out and a runner at first. Starting off ahead for the first time is Tyson Ross with strike one.
If you don't have the fastball command, he has utmost confidence in his slider. Different shapes to that slider as well.
8th start of the year for Tyson Ross. He'll check on Pham at first base. Kind of a tough sun right now, and the eyes over there at first base for Hosmer.
Shadows are going to give you problems, but from the hitter's perspective, has everything to do with the batter's eye. Don, the toughest thing now when you're hitting is just to try to see that spin. So you might see more sliders early in this ball game from Tyson Ross.
Ross will look over a good sized lead over there for Pham. It's actually huge. And time called very late.
As we've said in this series, the Cardinals don't run too much, but Tommy Pham, coming off a groin injury, he has already attempted some steals, has one in this series, and he has a 7 for a total. Mike Matheny knows that these guys are going to have to bang the baseball.
Ross falling behind here, 2-1. Runner at first, 1 down. Padres double play depth in the middle infield. And that'll drop in there for strike 2.
Best fastball of the night. You can see that glove side command, but also has a little bit of run to it. That might have started off the plate. Now, the scouting report for Tyson Ross has not faced the Cardinals since July 2nd of 2015. Arizona thoughts, because that was his best start. Took a no-hitter into the 8th inning, and also slider dominance. We've seen that early in this ball game. He needs a slider for not only strikeouts, but also weak contact. If he's economical, this is the stuff that you wouldn't be surprised he could take into late in the game with that no-hitter.
Another throw over, and Pham crosses over to get back to the bag. That lead has been just beyond the cutout over there. At first base, it's been a good sized lead. Ross noticed and went over there. 31-year-old Tyson Ross. Two. And that'll drop in there for strike 3. First strikeout for Tyson Ross, out number 2 of the first inning. Well, here's the Padres defensively, brought to you by your San Diego County Ford dealers. Left to right across the outfield, Franchi Cordero, Manuel Margot, and Travis Jankowski. Third to first, it's Christian Villanueva, Freddie Galvis, Jose Perella, and Eric Hosmer, with Rafi Lopez doing the catching for Tyson Ross. 2 down, runner at first, and Marcell Ozuna getting out of the cleanup spot for the Cardinals. And he'll take strike 1. Formerly of the Miami Marlins, now in a Cardinals uniform, and off to a .261 start. 3 homers and 20 runs batted in for Ozuna. Cardinals coming in with the top spot in the National League Central. Half-game lead over the Milwaukee Brewers. A game better than Pittsburgh, game and a half better than Chicago. It's going to be quite a race in the National League Central, but right now the Cardinals are on top.
You know, a lot of people say they haven't even played their best baseball. That's a good sign of a team trying to figure out ways to win. Mike Matheny sees his record, and it's a very tight division, but he understands they have the ability and they have the pieces to go out there and win this division.
Ozuna swinging and missing at that, and it's a good Tyson Ross slider.
So many people talk about the Cubs because of what they've done. See that cutting fastball. Really hard to pick up the rotation early in this ball game. You can see from some of the hitters' swings.
That'll miss away, and it evens at 2-2. Cardinals have 8 wins in which they've won by 1 run. They're winning these close ball games. That's a big factor. Yesterday was not terribly close. Trying to pick up that outside corner, but a full count now. Ozuna batting now. Jed Jerko waiting on deck. Although there are 2 outs in the inning. Ross would like to take care of Ozuna here to end the first inning. Runner goes, and that is away for ball 4. Second walk of the inning. Charged to Tyson Ross. And it will give Jed Jerko a chance. Hate to see that happen the way Jerko has handled Padres pitching.
Sure has done well. Extra motivation. They're not going to say it. Players, you'll hear them. They'll say, listen, it's another game. I disagree with that. Intensity definitely picks up.
Had a great start to the year. 366, 4 homers, and 7 runs batted in. He's had 4 home runs in his last 12 games. He's 3 for 4 in the ball game last night. And a healthy hack there for strike 1. He's trying to jump on that first offering.
Well, it's a cutter, and it looks like that fastball out of the hands of Tyson Ross, just trying to pitch off the barrel.
Season high 3 hits last night, on base 4 times in the game. Line and caught at second base by Pirela to end the inning. Ross works his way around 2 walks. Padres are coming up. Cadillac dealers today. Buy Jack in the Box, a season Padres home run score. Free Jumbo Jacks only at Jack in the Box. Buy Petco, the pet company. And by Hyundai. Get a great deal, more than a great deal, on an all-new Hyundai vehicle. See your Hyundai dealers today. Welcome back to Petco Park in San Diego as we play along here to the bottom of the first inning. And Travis Jankowski to lead it off. A crowd on hand on this Saturday night after the '98 ceremony. The induction of Kevin Towers into the Padres Hall of Fame.
What a classy move from the organization to book Kevin Towers, who I believe should be in the Hall of Fame. And today it came to fruition, which was really a classy act from the San Diego Padres.
Of course, wearing the jersey is Mark Sweeney, and also on that jersey, as the players wear tonight, not only Kevin Towers honored on that jersey, but so is Rob Piccolo as well.
Yeah, pretty classy too. And you think about it, the patch on those arms, you could see from the Padres patch on the right sleeve is Kevin Towers and Rob Piccolo tonight. see it right there. Always in our thoughts, in our memories, are both of those men. Tremendous baseball.
Softly lined to left center. That's in for a base hit for Jankowski. He just keeps rolling along. A leadoff single here in the bottom of the first inning. Let's check out the Padres starting nine, brought to you by your San Diego County Toyota dealers. Travis Jankowski just led off. He's in right with Eric Hosmer at first. Jose Perella at second base with Franchi Cordero in left. Christian Villanueva at third with Rafi Lopez doing the catching. Freddie Galvis at short. Manuel Margot's in center. And it's Tyson Ross, the pitcher, batting out of the 9 spot for Andy Green. So lead runner on here in the bottom of the first inning. And it brings up Eric Hosmer, and look out. Michael Wacha pitch up and in.
Well, everyone's been crowding Eric Hosmer early in the counts. They'll show him some off-speed pitches, but a lot of a heavy dose of fastballs in.
265, 5 homers, and 12 runs batted in. For the first, and Jankowski diving back. It started the year for Wacha. Padres have had 5 leadoff hits this season to lead off the first inning, and Jankowski has 4 of the 5. They'll check on him again.
What's so great about that, Don, is now you start thinking about the speed element to the game that can change the game, but also change that tempo of Michael Wacha.
Slowly roll down the first baseline. That's going to kick fair, and Hosmer's going to be out. So many times you'll see that roll foul, but this time it stays fair. Hosmer's retired, and Jankowski takes second base. 3 unassisted on the putout at first.
Well, acts as a sacrifice. You can see him just staying fair was the frustrating part, but advancing Travis Jankowski into scoring position. A lot of mud on that ball, too.
Yeah. Out in front of home plate, pretty on the muddy side there for the most part. And that one got buried in the dirt before it rolled on down the first base line.
You know, typically teams will do that because of fast infields. This is known as being one of the fastest infields, grass surface, in the game of baseball. This in LA.
1 out runner at second, and Jose Perella standing in. Wacha coming in with a record of 4-1, a 3.35 earned run average. 272, no homers, and 13 runs batted in.
Take a look at the scouting report of Michael Wacha, the right-hander out of Texas A&M. He has been quickening his pace up a little bit, which he's seen a benefit from because his secondary pitch is the changeup. He also has a curveball, but the changeup he goes to, especially against the left-handers.
Chop left side, deep shortstop. DeYoung's going to first for the out there, as Jankowski in front of him takes third base. Well, defensively tonight for the St. Louis Cardinals. Defense brought to you by Cadillac. Left to right in the outfield, Marcell Ozuna, Tommy Pham, and Dexter Fowler. Third to first, Jed Jerko, Paul DeYoung, Greg Garcia, and Jose Martinez. Is doing the catching tonight as Francisco Pena.
You hear that last name, and instantly you think of his dad, Tony Pena. Heard Tony Pena watches every game that Francisco plays in. Why not? Wealth of knowledge, who's been in the game for so many years.
Franchi Cordero with an inside outswing sent foul down the left field line and out of play.
How's that got to be? You go home and you get to talk to Tony Pena, who did everything in the game of baseball. But you want to pick his brain because there's so much knowledge that young Francisco can learn from. And also you turn over and see Mike Matheny, the manager, a former catcher that has very good credentials himself.
Ball and 2 strikes. I always kind of wonder what it's like to catch on a team where your manager was a very good ex-catcher. You think Mike Scioscia's situation in Anaheim?
Probably more pressure, I would think, and there's probably undue pressure at times. But for Mike Scioscia, you remember all of those guys that had opportunities and then they're shipped somewhere else. You're like, hey man, at least maybe he's not executing the game plan like Mike Scioscia has. Being around Mike Matheny, he has a calmness about him that really is probably set in motion. It probably gives it to Yadier Molina a little bit harder than a Francisco Pena.
Swing and miss, and Cordero strikes out to end the first inning. Scoreless after 1 from San Diego.
And before the ball game, the Padres announcing a roster move. Chase Headley has been designated for assignment. The 34-year-old switch-hitting third baseman was hitting only .115 for the Padres in 60 plate appearances. Now, Andy Green said that he handled it with class and said, frankly, things may have been different had there been more opportunities for Chase to play, but obviously the organization was committed to getting playing time to Christian Villanueva. In Chase Headley's place, Corey Spangenberg called up from AAA El Paso. Corey was hitting .293 and had 6 hits in his last 3 at-bats, so he comes back, guys, with a nice little head of steam. Things starting to change here, guys. Back up to you.
All right, Scan, thanks very much. You know, you look at that situation going into spring training, and you had to wonder when they got Chase Headley whether or not he'd be flipped before spring training. It was almost like a move where he was coming here maybe as a paper move only, but as it turns out, he stays here, makes the team, obviously coming out of spring training, and just did not work out here for him.
Yeah, we heard the possibilities of possibly moving Chase Headley. I think if you look at even the Mike Moustakas situation in Kansas City, the third base market dried up a little bit, so that changed. But the hard thing for Chase Headley is that he's known for an everyday guy, and that's not an easy transition to make for a lot of players. I always heard a lot of people say, man, being a bench player is tough. Well, being an everyday player to become a bench player, I think that's the toughest adjustment. And you saw Chase really struggling coming off the bench.
Francisco Pena grounds one foul outside of third. Pena batting at 176 coming in. That's now with Greg Garcia waiting on deck. Cardinals stranded a pair in the first inning after Tyson Ross had walked 2. There's a grounder sharply to third, and Villanueva tested right away, and that's out number 2. Let's take a look at the keys to the game, brought to you by your San Diego Honda dealers.
Well, Tyson Ross has to go 6+ for me, because when he starts going 6+, you know he's efficient, weak contact, as we just saw. 6 of 7 starts, he's gone 6+. And then Yates, Stammen, and Hand. That's the bridge to Brad Hand, a winning formula for the Padres.
2 down here in the second inning brings up Greg Garcia, who is the second baseman for the Cardinals. Garcia has been coming off the bench in the first 2 games of the series from El Cajon. 28 years of age, a 7th-round pick by the Cardinals. Parts of 5 seasons now in St. Louis and at the big league level for him. That'll drop in there at the knees.
Got a pinch hit in last night's game. Also stayed in the game with that double switch, as you said. And it's a grinder mentality. Why not?
Good shortstop at the University of Hawaii, where he was a teammate of Cardinals infielder Colton Wong.
Not a bad place to go to college, huh?
No, that's a great place to go to college. Or vacation.
Yeah, exactly.
Or both.
Here's Colton Wong. Night off.
Swing and a miss, and a 1-2-3 second inning for Tyson Ross. 3 strikeouts on the night. Scoreless contest.
A sad loss for the San Diego Padres, all of baseball actually, and you see plenty of pictures with his friends, close friends. Barry Axelrod there, a close friend and an agent. His wife Kelly, who was here tonight. Jason McLeod. So many people loved Kevin Towers throughout the game because of the respect he gave to others. He will be sorely missed by all of us, but never forgotten.
Inducted into the Padres Hall of Fame as part of a pregame ceremony. Ron Fowler alongside Kevin Towers' wife on the field prior to the ball game, and an emotional ceremony here. And well done by the Padres.
Yeah, and I commend Kelly for being here and representing not only what Kevin was all about, but the patriarch of what the team of 1998 meant. And he constructed that club along with the rest of the front office. And he's first to give credit to everyone else, not himself. A tremendous man.
Christian Villanueva strikes out looking. Hands on the hips, didn't like it at all. Looking back at Manny Gonzalez, and Christian's got to be careful here.
Well, this is off the plate. You can see the location, but 95 miles an hour, 6 inches off the plate. You're not going to touch it, even if you have to swing.
Waka struck out Cordero to end the first. He opens the second by striking out Villanueva. Now Rafi Lopez. Lopez at 222 with 2 homers and 3 runs batted in. A check swing ground down third baseline. Jerko just let it roll, and it'll be a base hit for Lopez.
That's what I'm talking about. This is beautiful. Check swing and perfect placement. See Rafi Lopez right where Jed Jerko was placed. Nothing he can do. That's a peach.
So 1-out single for Rafi Lopez, and it brings up Freddie Galvis. Galvis 220 with a home run and 11 runs batted in. And out of the 7th spot for the Padres. Galvis coming out of the game last night for the first time this year, missing innings. He's still yet to miss a start this season, but did miss his first few innings of last night's game after the Cardinals had mounted a 9-0 advantage at one point.
Well, you got to pick your spots. If you're Andy Green, we know Freddie Galvis already wants to play every inning of every game. But that's a smart move. Now the interesting thing, he gets taken out, but come to the park early today. Who's out on the field? Early work? Freddie Galvis hitting off the pitching machine.
Outside for ball 2, 2-1.
You know what? Watching Michael Wacha's starts of late, the last 3 starts, he has picked up his velocity. Seeing 92, 93 predominantly, but he has some extra in the tank.
6'5", 215 pounds. Lopez goes, and a ground ball diving at second is Garcia. His throw in time. Throw to third. That'll get away. And Lopez can scamper home, and the Padres will take a 1-0 lead. Well, a fantastic play by Greg Garcia at second base to retire Freddie Galvis. But then an errant throw from Martinez across the diamond to third. And scoring is Rafi Lopez. 1-0 San Diego.
Well, you're exactly right, Don. This play is unbelievable because he's pinched towards second base. The glove work going towards right. Martinez, right-handed, easy throw because he's already in that position, and unloads that ball to the benefit of the Padres' first run.
Instead of a double play to end that inning, which was what that should have been with a good throw. An error charge of the first baseman, Jose Martinez. And the Padres have a 1-0 advantage. Now the base is empty. Margot will take strike 1. Rafi Lopez has been on base in 6 straight games. New career high for him, and he comes around to score.
Touched on earlier in the series, you have to push the envelope. These Cardinals have been playing very good baseball the first 2 games.
Liner to left, and that's a hit. And by Ozuna. Margot scampers to second base. He'll get there. Like Ozuna, at the very least, could knock that ball down, but it gets by him quickly. And Margot at second base with 2 down in the inning.
I tell you what, Ozuna looked very casual about this ball. It's a fast turf, and this skips past Ozuna. I think that's an easy single. That's an E7 because of the way he played it to the benefit of the Padres.
Single, error, and Tyson Ross coming up here. Ross has 2 hits on the year. 2 errors in the inning for Mike Matheny's team. Offensively struggling here in the inning.
Michael Wacha has been command on that glove side. That's the strength of Tyson Ross as a hitter. He tends to go to that right center gap.
St. Louis, as far as fielding goes, about middle of the pack with 24 errors made on the year coming in. 2 here in the inning. More pitches as a result, too, for Wacha. more stress pitches too, with a runner in scoring position. Pitch 30 coming up for Walker here, and he's outing. And Ross will take it for a strike. Ball 3. Inning started with the Villanueva striking out. Rafi Lopez with the infield hit. Ground out for Galvis, but the errant throw by Martinez to third scores Lopez. Now Margot, a single and an error by Ozuna in left is at second. As Ross fights this one off on the ground to second base. Garcia throws him out, and that will end the inning. Padres get a run and take a 1-0 lead.
I'm just thankful I have my family. I know they'll always be there for me, and that gets me through. I just wish I could bring them on the road.
That is great to have with us the real deal.
Where is my family? Oh. Hey, you had some pretty good moss in that too.
Hey.
What do they call that?
They all look like Dad.
They look like
Chia Pet. Not anymore. All gone.
I like this one better.
Thanks, guys. Good to be here.
This had to be a great experience
This
to be
was
back with all the guys
fantastic.
again.
It was. It's been a great weekend. What a great team, and the guys. We laugh all the time, don't we?
Yes, we do.
And great friends, great memories.
You know, I think people don't realize how fascinating it is when you are not together and then you instantly come back and you have that connection. Speak to that when you come back and you've seen a lot of these guys.
You just click. You know, you see these guys and all of a sudden their nicknames pop in your head, and then you start laughing, and then there's 2 guys, there's 3 guys, and now it's becoming a big party, and let's go on the road, right? It's time to go on the road and have some fun.
We touched on it last night with Sterling Hitchcock, and I thought the most important thing was the dinners when we went to another city and how important those were. I know you're smiling, but how important are those when you're on teams like that?
They are fantastic. You know, the Sunday travel days, and then you get into a new city. The best part is to go and we had to keep people from showing up. I mean, most teams you get 1 or 2 guys that show up. We had 20, and unheard of that pitchers and hitters all got along, and but the best part of that is at the end the credit card game, right? And you always bring the rookies, and you have the understanding from the hostess that the rookie card comes out last, and now he has to pay for it all, and we have to just see how he's going to act, right? So it was just great stories.
At what point did you realize during that year that you guys had something special going on?
I think it was early on, spring training possibly. We talk about it a lot. The pieces that kind of fit. Nothing against Ashby and Hitch and Joey Hamilton, but when you could bring in a Kevin Brown that kind of put everybody at ease, and this horse was going to go every 5th day and lead and be a competitor, and that was probably what got it started. So Kevin Brown, Trevor was getting right into the middle of his career, and he was lights out. So we had a fantastic team that loved each other, pulled for each other, which is unheard of, and we still pull for each other, and we're great friends. But that year, just some great times.
Wally, so many things that you think of, and obviously you touched on the starters, Kevin Brown's impact, but number 51, Hell's Bells, is going into Cooperstown, and a lot of us are going back to see that. Your impressions of when we got the news about number 51, Trevor Hoffman?
I think initially we were like, what took so long? He dominated the game, and that's what the Hall of Famers are about. I'm glad he got in before the next guy who should get in, Mariano Rivera. He's earned it, but that's not to take anything away from Trevor. Trevor was the man, and he established what a closer role is, and he lived it every day, and he worked hard at it, and there was nobody that during my time here with the Padres worked harder, prepared better for his opportunity to close the game and bring us a victory. So well deserved. I'm just tremendously honored to be a friend of his, and I'll be there in Cooperstown. This is my first year that I can do it, and I'm happy to be there.
Yeah, this was really cool to have everybody back. I want to ask you about a moment. This is kind of unfair because there were so many, I'm sure, during that season, but there was a moment that you could point to that was your favorite of the '98 season.
I think that being put on the map, right? We were the little engine that could. We were the San Diego Padres, and it was the Dodgers this, the Dodgers that, and the Atlanta Braves were in their zone for many years. So I think more than anything, we just stayed focused. We kept winning series. The things I remember were off the field mostly. I remember being on a bus in Montreal, and we got lost. And we picked up this guy on a bike because the bus driver had no idea where we were in the subdivision.
We were lost
at 3 in the morning.
You found some guy?
And some guy was on a bike, and the bus stopped, and we pulled this guy. I mean, I think he thought he was going to, there were some problems. But we said, hey, do you know where to get to the Sheridan in Montreal? And he goes, sure, and get on the bus, right? So we brought him on the bus with his bike, and
he was on the players' bus.
Yeah.
On the players' bus.
Yes.
And he got us to the hotel, and it only took like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and I think he walked away with about $1,000.
Yeah, he did.
we passed the hat and said thank you.
This one's lined into center field, and all of a sudden the Cardinals have runners at first and second. The infield hit, and then a single to center with 2 outs in the inning, and that'll bring up Marcell Ozuna. An emotional ceremony here, not only bringing back the '98 team, but putting Kevin Towers in the Padres Hall of Fame. Very important and very special.
Oh, and well deserved.
Yes.
I didn't know Kevin for the longest, but it might have been the longest for a lot of baseball guys. I was his teammate at BYU way back when in 1982. I I loved him from the very first time I was on the field with him. He was a bulldog. He was a tremendous pitcher. First-round draft choice for the Padres. But our friendship has been since 1982, and well-deserved, and a great day today.
Wally Joyner, thanks so much for joining us.
It was my pleasure,
Appreciate
guys.
it.
Thank you.
We also love you, man.
You bet.
Thank you.
Thank you, kid.
Bottom of the third inning, and time now for our Valley View Casino trivia question. Question is, how many different seasons did Trevor Hoffman lead the National League in saves? Tweet us your answers by the end of the inning using hashtag Valley View Trivia. It's on to the home half of the third inning. Top of the order, Travis Jankowski. And a pitch inside for ball one. Great to have Wally rolled with us.
Oh my goodness. One of the best teammates you can ever ask for. Pretty interesting because he was late in his career, but he would get a start and get on the stationary bike right after the game. And you're like, you know, don't you think he's got to pick his spots there? His work ethic was off the charts, but he realized what his body needed so much. And a tremendous resource for me to be around and know what type of atmosphere, because he always took that same approach, no matter if the guy was throwing 100 miles an hour or if he was throwing 80 miles an hour. Really had a beautifully timed swing. It was fun to watch.
Of course, he had come from his experience with the Angels prior to that.
Yeah, and you know what? He was actually the first transaction that Kevin Towers made here as a GM, getting him over here, which I thought was a pretty classy move, but an easy move for Kevin Towers. He knew what he was getting. And obviously with Wally's career and taking him to different paths, ended up coming back here to the organization and being a batting coach.
In the air to shallow right, and back goes Garcia, second baseman on the short lawn and right for round number one here of the third inning. So one down, and it'll bring up Eric Hosmer. Hosmer in a check swing grounder to the first baseman. He is 0 for 1 so far tonight. Strike over the inside corner.
Yeah, that's what the curveball has been for Michael Wacha. It's almost dropping it in for that strike, as you've already established that fastball in.
Play for Hosmer to go the other way in the outfield as Pham a step or two towards left center. And it's to short on one bounding hop. Paul DeYoung throws out Hosmer, 2 down. The Cardinals have not been shifting, which is interesting.
You know what, they're playing to the strengths, and obviously they're relying on their pitching staff. You know, the last 2 nights the pitchers have located very well for the St. Louis Cardinals.
I'm so used to every team shifting an inordinate amount of times, whether it be a couple guys or all the guys, and it's just so different to see them straight up.
You know, Don, the team that really sticks out in my mind was the Atlanta Braves, and they shifted, but it wasn't extremes. They knew their pitchers could locate, and that really is a prerequisite to be able to defend the field. Now you start to see 3 infielders on one side, and you wonder how baseball is going to treat that. What direction they're going to go. Will they eliminate the shift and having 3 infielders over on one side? But typically the Cardinals have been straight up this whole series.
One fouled off at the dish and evens at 1-1. 3-game hitting streak coming in for Pirelli, starting to heat it up.
That's a good sign too. Surprised it's taken this long, because we saw consistency in the at-bats last year.
Finished last year hitting at .288, primarily playing left field. This year primarily playing second base. A check swing dribbler over by the on deck circle. Franchi Cordero awaits. There's Franchi. There are 2 outs here in the last of the 3rd inning. To the backstop. Got to do that every now and again.
Why not? I'm surprised more pitchers don't do that, because it's just that factor. It kicks you back into the minor leagues, believe it or not. This is minor league pitching at times, where the guys are trying to overthrow, and it gets uncomfortable.
I don't know where it's going.
That's not good.
Swing and a miss, and Pirelli chases the high fastball that ends the inning. 3rd K for Waka, 1-0 Padres. A drive to success. Jerko coming up here. Well, he's done very well against his former team, that's for sure. Career slugging percentage against the Padres, that's pretty good. Linus Cespedes and Freddie Freeman, Stephen Piscotty, and Yasmani Grandal, who always seems to feast on Padres pitching as well. Jerko leading it off here against Tyson Ross with a swing and a miss for strike 1. Tony Gwynn Jr. alongside as play along here to the 4th inning, and so far so good for Tyson Ross tonight. Looking good.
He's looked really good. Been able to spot up that fastball and the cutter, and every start it seems like that slider gets a little bit better and a little bit sharper.
Yeah, I'm liking the cutter too, and it just gives you that different element. I think a lot of people sit and try to stay away from swinging at the slider early. That cutter has been a strike throwing cutter.
Jed Jerko lined out to second base, and Jose Perella in the first inning. That was the inning Ross worked his way around 2 walks. It's amazing. Jed Jerko against the Padres, though. I mean, he has been incredible.
There's something about playing a team that you used to play for that just gets you up every single game. And it seems like Jerko has just been on it.
Said earlier with Jed Jerko up that you'll hear a lot of guys say, you know what, it doesn't mean anything. It's just another game. You have a different intensity. There's not necessarily hatred towards it. It's just a different intensity. It's almost like you don't want to get embarrassed. A lot of motivation is that.
Wow, strike 3 call right on the corner, and Jerko doesn't like it as he walks away with strikeout number 6 for Tyson Ross.
Well, I tell you what, this slider is outstanding because you see the location. Now, Manny Gonzalez has been a little more wide on that outside part of the plate. And I think that has to be conversations because it's been both sides.
Yeah.
One down here in the 4th inning. Brings up Dexter Fowler. And Fowler started the first game, came off the bench to pinch hit in last night's game, and back in the starting lineup and in right field. Fouls it off himself, and it's 2-1. The Padres making a move today, designating for assignment Chase Headley, and just really not a spot for him here this year, and not a good return for Chase, as it turns out, to the Padres this time around.
Yeah, Chase came out, he struggled out of the gate and just really found a difficult time getting his grounding as far as swinging the bat.
Down to first base for out number 2.
You know, I said, Tony, it's sometimes it's hard to be a bench player, but you're motivated to stay in a uniform.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to be an everyday player and then have reduced playing time and try to fit into that role. That's when it gets difficult.
Yeah, I think it's one of the hardest things to do in baseball, just being a bench player itself, but being a starter and then having your role reduced as drastically as Chase's was, it's even harder. Mm-hmm. You're used to having a routine and being able to kind of work your way into your at-bats. When you're coming off the bench, you don't have time to work your way into an at-bat. You got to be ready to go. That's a skill that really is learned by doing it a lot.
Yeah, and you watch Chase Headley, and he liked to work counts. I think you can't have that philosophy when you come off the bench. It was fastballs taken.
Down the right field line, Jankowski on the move, will lay it out, and it is a foul ball out of his reach.
Tony, tell me this too, because I love the awareness of Travis Jankowski. I'll tell you this ball, he goes a long way, but you have to determine if it's going to be a fair ball. And that is very close, because if it's a fair ball and you miss this, it's an easy triple no matter what type of speed you have.
Yeah, I mean, it's likely that he calculated that, but that's a close one. I mean, he left his feet, and as you said, if that ball hits that line and he doesn't catch it, that's 3 bases at least at that point.
A foul ball for Pena, as it turns out. A dirty uniform.
And I love that. Get it dirty. Spencer Dallin, wash that uni. That tells you how good he's playing.
I can see Spencer rolling his eyes right now.
We love Spencer.
But you're right. I mean, you don't fault the effort at all right there by Travis, but you have to be aware that ball lands and you can't get to it. You're giving him at least 3 bases.
Staying away again, and it evens at 2-2. Been ahead 0-2, but a full count now.
Pena's seeing that pitch away. What you got to be careful with, those backup catchers, they're looking for one pitch in one area, that pull power. That's what Pena has.
And now the inning continues. Greg Garcia waits on deck. Popped up right side of the infield. Hosmer and Perella, and Jose Perella takes over and makes the catch. It ends the inning. A 1-2-3 inning, 1-0 Padres. By Petco, the pet company. And by Nissan. It's time to upgrade. Save big at the Nissan Tech for All sales event. Shop ChooseNissan.com. Part of the ceremony prior to the ball game tonight, the 1998 Padres National League Championship team. Padres have a 1-0 advantage here heading into the bottom of the fourth inning. And Franchy Cordero to lead it off. It's Cordero, Villanueva, and Lopez. Michael Walker back out on the mound. Cordero showing bunt, taking a strike and grabbing the attention of Jed Jerko, third baseman, who was backed up deep at third. Last 6 games, very good for Cordero. Seems like he is making more adjustments as the league makes adjustments to him.
Yeah, that's what's been so nice watching Franchy night in and night out, because he seems to take something from an at bat and takes it into the next at bat, and you just see his mind really working up there. And there's a lot to be excited about watching Franchy. I don't think anybody could expect it for him to pick it up this fast as he's gone.
You know what? You go back to last night's first at bat, he struck out, but Weaver threw him 2 changeups in a row.
Yeah.
And he swung at both of them. So he showed his weakness. Then he took one. That's the maturing phase that you're getting. There's going to be fastballs, as we touched on, that are at the top of the zone that it looks so good. It's not necessarily Franchy Cordero, but I think Andy Green would like to see him slow the process down, and that's what I'm seeing. That's the reason why it's encouraging moving forward.
And that first at bat against Walker, you tip your cap to Walker because he executed the pitches very well with fastball up. That seems to be where teams think they can get Franchy, not only Franchy, but Christian Villanueva as well. They're going to try to go up in at the top of the zone, and for the most part this season, Franchy Cordero has been really good at laying off of it.
Popped up down the third base line. Ozuna coming from left, third baseman Jerko over, but no play.
I think a lot of people are wondering when's that power coming back, and we heard Andy Green address it the other night after the game. Power comes in bunches for power hitters, but for Franchy Cordero, it's not about learning how to hit the ball farther. It's about how he can slow the game down but still maintain that power. Right. That's when he becomes that power threat in the middle of the order.
Because clearly he hasn't. We've seen him do some serious damage. It's just a matter of slowing the game down so he can do it more often.
Well, works a walk here on an 8-pitch at bat. Nicely done. First walk given up by Michael Walker. Time now for the answer to our Valley View Casino trivia question. How many different seasons did Trevor Hoffman lead the National League in saves?
I'm going double digits.
No.
Wow.
53 saves in '98, 46 saves in 2006.
Tell you what, 98, and to put things in perspective, he had a save against the Houston Astros, dominating saves, and that was a big game. The next day, Moises Alou, with a 1-run game, hits a fastball out. And Trevor struck him out to end the game. Right before that, then all of a sudden you see him hit a home run. That was the only mistake I thought Trevor made all year long. That's how good he was.
That was the only blown save he had all year long.
It was incredible.
Foul tipped into the catcher's mitt for Christian Villanueva. Now a 1-1 here with Cordero at first and nobody out in the Padres' 4th inning.
Those are sweet socks, by the way.
Those are. You got to give some credit to your man Spencer. He's the one who came up with that idea and had those bad boys ordered. Those are sweet. This isn't that bad for Christian Villanueva, where he can't let the home plate umpire from the last at bat distract him or get him off of his game plan. He's got to be able to wash that last at bat away and start fresh.
He was visibly upset with the strike 3 call in the 2nd inning. Had words for Manny Gonzalez on the way by, and Gonzalez kind of barked back at him, so it was an exchange.
And to be honest, in my opinion, he had a reason. He had right to be upset. 2 pitches that he saw right at the end of that bat, both were more than questionable.
Swing and a miss, and he is struck out for the 2nd time tonight. That's 4 strikeouts for Michael Walker. 1 down.
Well, you can see the changeup, and we said his secondary pitch of choice is the changeup. He's had success with the breaking ball, but that's his go-to because it's off that fastball velocity, and he has very good arm speed.
You know that's his favorite pitch because he's also throwing that changeup to righties. You don't see that very often. He's confident enough to throw it there. He can spot it up. It's a hard changeup, but nevertheless deceiving for the hitters.
The first, and back to the bag safely is Cordero. Cordero, who has walked in this inning, has now reached base safely with a hit or a walk in 15 of his last 16 games.
Well, guys, the Padres have yet to see Francisco Peña's throwing arm. We know about Yadier Molina. He is on the disabled list. That's a factor in this situation. If you want to take some chances, you're going to have to run on the young backstop.
Runner goes. Pitches low, and there's a look at the throw, and it's going to be in and out of the glove. Paul DeYoung, the shortstop, covering, and a stolen base for Cordero.
There's times you have to shut the running game down with a Yadier Molina, but you have to press the issue, especially how these Cardinal pitchers have been throwing. Getting into scoring position and only 1 hit to change and put a crooked number up. Cordero possesses that really good speed.
Great jump right there by Franchi. You guys are football fans. You know when Deion Sanders was playing, he basically shut down one side of the field. That's basically what Yadier Molina does, but anytime he wasn't in the game, quarterbacks throw at him. Throw at that side. This is the same thing. He's not in the game. Opportunity to run is there.
Rafi Lopez fouling a pitch off, 2-1. With Cordero now in scoring position with 1 down.
That's another area I think Franchi Cordero has matured in is base running. Last year he has the same speed that he has this year, but was very uncomfortable making attempts to steal bases. This year has some confidence, and he's executing the technique of it very well.
Fly ball out towards left center. Tommy Pham, the center fielder, camps underneath and takes care of out number 2. Was behind Cordero at second base, but Franchi's back, 2 down.
Talk Tony, how much of base stealing is speed and how much is the confidence of what you can do?
I think it's mainly confidence. I really do. I think so. When guys get on that base path and they believe their objective is to get to that next base, as opposed to thinking about how I'm going to get back, that's when you start to see base runners really start to become base stealers. Speed is just an extra dynamic that you have that can make it easier. But confidence and technique is where it's made up at.
Did you tend to put a lot of time into picking out certain tendencies of pitchers?
No doubt. I mean, I wasn't a Blazer, so I had to find those type of tendencies. And me and, at the time, Ricky Renneria would sit in that office and we would pick out different things that we could execute and run on. And that'd be passed along down the line. And, you know, in that 2010 season, we had a great dynamic being able to steal bases because we communicated that one amongst each other. We'd have big video days where we sit in the video room and pick out for the whole series the guys that you could run on and the things that you were looking for.
Cordero getting that walking lead again with 2 down here in the 4th inning. Galvis reaches out, sends one to left field. Ozuna towards the corner onto the edge of the track to make the catch for out number 3. 1-0 Padres.
Just goes about his business, lets his glove do the talking. I can tell you this much, with Q at second, it's a lot less busy out here.
Those commercials are great. We've seen a couple of those tonight. We saw Wally
to bring
Joyner.
those back.
Yes. Keeping the faith.
I forgot about that commercial right there. My dad had a good time doing the filming for that. I remember him coming home talking about it.
You know, and I loved your point the other night that you made, and for the fans that didn't hear it, you know, your dad got to let loose around that club, and I think it was important for all of us.
Fly ball out to center field off the bat of Garcia. Margot handles out number 1.
It was so important for us to let your dad, because we always loved his laugh too, but we also knew he put so much time into his craft, and you have to throttle back.
Yeah.
And sometimes they were afraid to go to your dad and have fun, but I tell you what, those bus rides, it was open season for a lot of people, including your dad.
Yes.
And I said to Donnie last night, seeing your dad with his shoulders shaking in the first seat, and we knew he was laughing at it, man, we knew it was special. But he had a lot of fun with us, didn't he?
He did. I mean, he talked about it a lot afterwards, because, you know, when you're in the moment, you're not really thinking about it. Trevor kind of spoke on that on the set earlier today, but I think after he got a year away, a couple years away, you start to think back to that time, and he had a blast. That's that's probably the loosest I've ever seen him before games, and it was a gradual progression. Beginning of the season to the middle was just a different guy that I was used to seeing coming in. When I'd come down from after the game, I'd sit in his locker. It usually took him about 5 or 10 minutes before he kind of got back into norm. But that year, it seemed like the moment you guys got done, and probably because you guys were winning so much, it makes it a lot easier.
Winning helps.
He came in and he was a lot more loose from the very beginning, and I think he enjoyed that year, like I said, probably more than any other year he got a chance to play this game.
He always had fun, and I'm not saying that he was so serious all the time, but we were respectful of his time, but we also understood how important it is to mold everybody together. And Tony had so many years where guys would change, different players, different teammates. It was difficult.
So back to the mound, and Ross flips to first, 2 down.
You bring up such a good point, because he had been on so many different teams that weren't successful, and guys changing every single year. I think as a player, you kind of become a little sensitive to that, and you're not as willing to open up as much. And I think that year was the first year he kind of felt like he could open up, regardless of if he felt like the guys would be back the following year. He knew that he needed to take advantage of the fact that this team was pretty good, and these guys were willing to let him kind of do his thing, but at the same time, they had to be able to take a couple shots at him every once in a while.
Yeah, it wasn't too hard to know who was running the room when it came down to T. Gwynn, but we loved hearing his laugh, and we understood, man, if we're going to win games, it was going to be those 3 hours we locked it in, but everything else is going to have fun.
2 down here in the 5th inning. Tommy Pham batting. So you were here most nights, were you, when your dad was playing?
I was. Sweeney could tell you, I was in that clubhouse all the time.
You know, the rule was if you win, you're in. You know, and that was good. It was motivation. 98 wins.
That's a lot of wins.
It was a lot of wins. Other than the Yankees, yeah, it was a lot of wins. Not comparable to the Yanks, but yeah, we love that. And the kids coming in, incorporating that, it was family.
And much like, you know, Sweeney was saying, they had a respect for my dad. And the kids that came into that locker room kind of had that same respect. They knew you were going to come in there. There was a certain way you needed to act. If you didn't act right, there was a chance that you wasn't going to be able to come back. I know that's how it was for me, at least.
Well, I said that when I first saw you, is we had the ultimate respect of what T came in, because you had to earn your stripes. It was special to be in there, and you realize that because of the veterans. It wasn't necessarily everyone. It's the pecking order. But you understood, man, when we were celebrating, we want to celebrate everyone as a family, and including the kids, which we loved.
There wasn't a lot of teams really. You didn't see a lot of kids out and about around the field around that time either. There wasn't as many. Now you see it everywhere you go, but and that was because there was a certain amount of respect that the kids had to have for the fact that this was a job that these guys were doing.
7th strikeout for Tyson Ross. Padres have a 1-0 lead. Advantage over the Cardinals. Remind you to watch every out-of-market regular season game live or on demand at home, in the office, or on the go at MLB.tv. Your subscription includes MLB At Bat Premium, allowing you to watch live baseball on your favorite supported devices. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. It's on to the last of the fifth, and Manuel Margot, the recipient of strike one from Michael Wacha. Second look for Margot, who singled in the second inning. He's one of 3 Padres hits. Margot, Tyson Ross, Travis Jankowski be along in this inning. To short, rounding behind it, DeYoung throws on the run and in time to get the speedy Margot for the first out of the 5th inning. One down for Tyson Ross, who is pitching a gem so far tonight. He just punched out his 7th hitter, Tommy Pham, to end the 5th inning. He's given up just 2 hits in his first 5 innings, throwing 78 pitches, and that's for the second time, 0 for 1.
I tell you what, Tony, I heard your sister sing the national anthem. What happened to your voice? That's what I want to ask.
It was outstanding.
She's unbelievable.
Really good.
She's really good. God wasn't as kind to my voice as he was to hers, apparently.
Can you sing at all?
I can't sing a lick at all.
Hey, when you don't sing in the shower, you know your voice is bad.
Exactly.
This is opposite field, and Fowler back there to make the catch. Route number 2. Good contact there for Tyson Ross, but he is retired.
But it had to make you really proud to listen to your sister. And you've heard her plenty of times, but that's spectacular.
Well, it's interesting. I remember her doing the anthem when she was much smaller in the early 2000s at Qualcomm, or maybe it was the last year at Qualcomm. And to see her sing it as an adult now, man, she's special. She has a special voice. She does a really good job too.
I think we need to invest in some singing lessons for you. That's what we need.
Never
to do.
too late.
I don't think there's no hope. I think there's no hope.
2 out here in the 5th, 5 in a row retired by Wacha. Jankowski 1 for 2 in the ball game tonight. Single to left in the first, popped out to second base in the 3rd. Next pitch will be the 75th of the evening for the Cardinals starter, Michael Wacha.
Now, it's pretty interesting on that point, Don, is that Mike Matheny hasn't extended Michael Wacha. He has not pitched over 100 pitches in any of his starts.
Back to him and nicely fielded at the base of the hill. Flips underhanded and in time to retire Jankowski. Through 5, 1-0 San Diego.
and punching out Tommy Pham, who has been hot this series. This slider is absolutely filthy. Almost seems like Tyson Ross can tell him it's coming. 7 punch-outs in 5 innings to this point already.
1-0 Padres on top. Not a lot of hits between the two clubs, 5 combined. As Paul DeYoung, that's from the right side here, the shortstop for the Cardinals, leads off the 6th inning. Pitch 80. Well, strikeouts on the year for Tyson is 10. Did that at Arizona as part of his no-hit bid. 7 2/3 without giving up a base hit. 4 he did. Threw 127 pitches in that outing. That's also the most he's thrown in any outing. But 10 punch-outs in that one. 7 so far tonight as he starts this 6th inning. Miss away, full count. Inside and hit with the pitch is DeYoung. Didn't do a lot to get out of the way.
He didn't do anything to get out of the way right there. Little slider backs up.
Yeah.
That is
That is really not attempting to get out of the way.
You know what? To be honest, the way Tyson's slider's rolling, I might have done the same thing.
Well, DeYoung on to begin things here in the 6th inning. Brings up Jose Martinez.
Be careful early in this count. Aggressive hitter. He looks to do damage early in his at-bats. Start watching him. Struck out in his first at-bat. And he lined that next pitch in his second at bat right to center field.
Running away into the backhand goes Rafi Lopez.
It makes Martinez dangerous as he will try to drive the ball to the center field or right center gaps. Stays on those pitches, hunts that fastball, but if you throw that breaking ball that stays up in the zone, he could do damage on the pull side.
Slider missing away, 2-1.
Certainly that 6-7 frame allows him to do a lot of different things that you probably won't see most hitters at the big league level doing. Got a lot of movement going on. And that's unusual for a guy with long levers. Usually guys with long levers want to stay quiet. See, Martinez is on the opposite end of that spectrum.
Ross has walked 2 in this outing, but has not walked anybody since the 1st inning. Falling behind here, 3-1. The runner at first here in the 6th inning.
Almost saw Tyson Ross peek over to the on-deck circle. See if it's a better matchup for him. Now pitchers will do that. They'll get off the mound. They'll start gathering themselves.
See Martinez with the heavy bat waggle, front foot.
A lot of moving parts.
But he gets in position.
Yeah, when that foot's down, that head is still. That is so important when you start talking about leg kicks.
Runner goes, it's grounded, a fair ball just over the bag down the third base line to the corner. DeYoung will motor his way around and score. It is an RBI double, and the Cardinals have tied the score 1-1.
That's a good at bat by Martinez. Laid off some tough sliders. Gets what looks like to be a fastball. We'll take a look. No, it's a slider. Doesn't do a lot, stays in that middle of the plate. And because his head is still right there and his hands aren't moving any longer, he's able to keep his hands back long enough to keep that ball fair down the third base line. It's a really good at bat by Martinez. The 3 sliders he laid off prior to getting that one are sliders we've been seeing guys swing at all night long.
His throwing error led to the Padres run. Now he's able to tie this game up with his double down the line in left field. Cardinals looking for more now. Nobody out in the inning, and Marcell Ozuna batting for the 3rd time. In the air to shallow center. Out goes Perella. In comes Margot. Perella and Margot will collide. Perella holds on to the baseball, but the two come together in shallow center.
This ball's off the bat. You see Perella waving Margot off. Obviously, Margot has the priority out there. But as the outfielder coming in, it's part of his responsibility to peek at Perella as he goes out, because the infielders are taught they're going out until they hear or until they're called off. So if Manny wasn't calling him off, Perella's going to continue to go after this ball.
Yeah, to me, it's a center fielder and infielder ball position, so you have to be loud.
Yeah.
You understand there's a good atmosphere in this ballpark, so you have to be loud as that center fielder. Back him away, because as soon as you hear it, Perella's got to get out of the way.
Perella gets a couple of elbows in the back there in that exchange.
He'll feel that tomorrow, I'm sure.
Remarkably held on to the baseball, though, even with the contact. For the first out, it's a big out. Zuna retired, and now he's got to deal with Jed Jerko. Ahead 0-1. And a grounder towards third that is a foul ball. Started. Ross gave up the first batter, hit the first batter, and DeYoung then gave up the double to Jose Martinez. It tied the score. Ozuna popped out to second. Dealing with Jed Jerko. In the Padres pen, that pitch count rising. A look at the breakdown by inning. Those pitches thrown that first inning when he walked 2 and got out of it without giving up a run. Pitch 95 coming up for Tyson Ross. And Jerko grounds a fair ball to third. Villanueva's throw off balance, one hop to first base for the out. Martinez waited, then took off for third base and successfully gets there with now 2 down in the inning.
It's a nice play here by Villanueva.
Let's take a look at the Arco top tier play.
Villanueva with a nice play there down the line. Hosmer, being the gold glove first baseman that he is, doesn't panic. Stays put, makes the play.
So now the go ahead run 90 feet away with 2 down in Jose Martinez and Dexter Fowler standing in. They have been aggressive, swinging to that first pitch a lot tonight against Tyson Ross.
Yeah, because once he starts getting that feel, I think everyone in the dugout starts going, hey, man, we got to turn this up. Got to turn the dial up. Can't wait around for that 2-strike slider.
Ball and a strike now to Fowler, who has struck out and grounded out 0 for 2. Frame there by Lopez, but to no avail. 2-1.
Looked like a good pitch. You saw it in the strike zone, but not framed too well. You watch Lopez takes that down just a little bit and lift.
behind 3-1. Stammen ready if they need him in the pen. Pitch 100 coming up for Tyson Ross. And it's a ground ball to first base, and it is Hosmer who will flip to Ross for the out at the bag that ends the inning. Cardinals get a run, tie the score 1-1 after 5.5.
Because no matter where you serve or when you served, we stand ready to serve all military families.
Back at Petco Park in San Diego. Different looking ball game now, tied at 1 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. It'll be 2, 3, and 4 for the Padres. Eric Hosmer, Jose Perella, and Franchi Cordero. Michael Wacha with pitch 77 that misses for ball 1. Hosmer 0 for 2 tonight. He has grounded out twice. Once to first, once to short. Padres scoring their run on an error in the 2nd inning.
Going with the changeup. Well, to me, that's a good take because you're hunting that fastball. You're in a perfect situation to try to drive a fastball.
Got in on him, and it's popped up. Shallow left center. Ozuna from left, Pham from center, and it's Pham.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the San Diego Padres and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Diego Padres.
One out in the 6th inning. 7 in a row retired by Wacha, the Cardinals starter. And it brings up Jose Perella. 0 for 2. He is grounded to short and struck out swinging.
Well, it's important for the Padres to answer back, and why I say that is Tyson Ross over the 100 pitch mark. So you have to give an opportunity. There is work in the bullpen. He was outstanding tonight if it is that last inning.
In the air down the right field line, and that'll head towards the seats.
I don't think Andy's going to push him to that 127 mark that he had in Arizona.
Not without a 0 hits on the board.
Exactly.
I don't think that's going to happen. But you really have to marvel at what you've seen from Tyson Ross. Really hadn't pitched in 2 years, and just seems like he's getting stronger and stronger every outing.
2-1 pitch coming up here to Jose Perella.
I think the fascinating thing too is you got to give credit to Rafi Lopez and that combination. It's fascinating to me when you have that chemistry. There's not a lot of shaking going on. And it's really getting that pitch and staying in rhythm for Tyson Ross tonight.
Elevates and Perella chases. More of that. Pitch up and Perella going after it.
And with Michael Wacha being able to have that velocity at the top, showing his secondary stuff early in counts. Wouldn't be surprised if he tried to double up here.
Richie Cordero waiting on deck. One down here in the 6th inning. Line and caught at shortstop by DeYoung. A step and a dive to his left, laying it out to Rob Perella, the base hit.
Well, I tell you what, it's not Ozzie Smith out there, but Paul DeYoung has played very well at shortstop. That consistency almost reminds me of the 1998 version of Chris Gomez, making the plays that you have to make. That is a very athletic play.
That's a really good point. Gogo was so good at making all those routine plays. He wasn't going to miss any of those, and he splash in a great one every once in a while. You kind of see that in DeYoung a little bit.
8 in a row retired here for Wacha. Some help from his friends behind him. Cordero grounds one, a fair ball down the first base line. No, they're going to call it foul. Martinez gathering it just in case back of the bag, but John Whitson, first base umpire. Call of Manny Gonzalez until it crosses the first base bag.
That's a good point, Don, and you could see Whitson all over that. Gives Frenchie Cordero another opportunity. Wouldn't be a bad spot to take a mistake out of the building.
Swing and a miss, and Cordero strikes out. 5th strikeout for Wacha. Game tied 1-1. Tyson Ross going 6 strong innings. Ended up striking out 7 in his outing. Early on, struck out 5 in the first 3. Padres would get a run. A diving play at second base by Garcia, but the throw from Martinez across the diamond gets away. And scoring the only Padres run, Rafi Lopez. Cardinals would tie it up 1-1 as Martinez sends this one down the left field line, scoring Paul DeYoung. And the game tied 1-1 as we head to the 7th inning. Wacha 6 innings, 1 earned run. Tyson Ross 6 innings, 1 earned run. Jose Martinez 2 for 3, and Rafi Lopez 1 for 2. As we head to the 7th inning, and the Padres are into the bullpen after 6 from Ross. Craig Stammen out there to start the 7th inning. He will deal with Francisco Pena. Leads it off here in the 7th.
Look at the stats of Craig Stammen in 17th appearance. He has been outstanding out of the bullpen. Very good splits against the right-handers. He's rocking those sweet socks too.
The opponent's overall hitting at just 205 against him.
Hey, anything with Trevor Hoffman on it, I'm all in.
I like the fire too.
So do I.
That is fire, right?
Looks like fire.
I guess. Rolled over softly down the third baseline. Villanueva barehanded throws away as that one will get away. And back to the bag at first goes Pena. So Pena on to begin things here in the 7th inning. It is a base hit. Not hit hard.
Do or die play, and it really wasn't hit too hard, which made it very difficult for Villanueva. That's dangerous throwing that ball. Luckily, that stays in play.
So lead runner on here in the 7th inning, and Greg Garcia coming up. 0 for 2. He has struck out swinging and flied out to center field. Dropped the bunt down, offered at it for strike 1. Fouls it off, and he's down 0-2. So used to seeing Jose Oquendo down in that third base coach's box, a guy who had a medical leave last year and helped out the general manager for the season, but he returns for his 17th season as a third base coach for the Cardinals.
Yeah, former teammate, and man, I was blessed to be around him because what a worker. But it's good to see him back. The former Cardinal as a player, but he has put his time into this coaching staff, and he is a benefit to Mike Matheny.
Pulls it back and takes ball in the dirt for ball 1.
An interesting squaring with 2 strikes.
Leadoff single for Francisco Pena. Held on at first base by Eric Hosmer in a tie game here in the top of the 7th inning for St. Louis. Throw over, and back to the bag is Pena. Stammen started the year so well. 11 1/3 innings scoreless. Longest by a Padres reliever to start the season since Tim Stoffer at 15 1/3 consecutive innings back in 2010. Since the All-Star break of last year, he's had a 1.54 ERA. Fly ball left field. Franchy Cordero will make the catch for out number 1. No advance for Pena at first base.
At Kia, get America's best value backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
One out, one on, and a pinch hitter coming up here. Matt Carpenter looks like he is going to bat for the pitcher, Michael Walker. Carpenter has really struggled at the plate. Leads the National League in pitches per plate appearance, 4.53.
Now you wonder if he'll take that approach in this pinch hitting opportunity.
It's a 147 average for the year. A shift on him on the right side, and he takes ball 1 away. Alvis coming to the right side to join Perella and Hosmer.
Just adds a different dynamic for a double play ball.
Fouled off, and it evens at 1-1. That is a night for Walker as he goes the first 6 innings. Those 89 pitches, allows only 3 hits. The 1 run it was earned. Walked 1 and struck out 5. So the Cardinals be into their pen.
Starting pitching for the Cardinals has been excellent, but I thought that was matched by Tyson Ross tonight. What an effort by Tyson Ross on the other side.
That is strike 2, 1-2.
What a two-seam fastball that was, and the location was perfect. Trying to pitch to different lanes, and that's what Craig Stammen is all about, the command of all of his pitches and being able to create different areas for strikes.
They're going to try to come in here on Carpenter with a 1-2 pitch. And it is strike 3 over the inside corner. Carpenter frozen. First strikeout for Stammen's on number 2 of the 7th inning.
Now the struggles continue for Matt Carpenter, taking a lot of pitches and not being able to pull the trigger. But for Craig Stammen, what a perfect pitch. Rafi Lopez sticks it on that inside part of the strike zone. Unbelievable work by Craig Stammen.
So 2 down, Pena at first base. Back up top for Tommy Pham. Had a tough time with Tyson Ross after walking in the first, struck out swinging in the third, and struck out swinging in the 5th. Weaves at that pitch for strike 1. With a half-hearted swing there. Almost as if he changed his mind in the middle. Hosmer holding on Pena at first. Time call. Chopped left side. It's Villanueva who goes to second for the force out there, and they get it. Of the lead runner, Pena. 7th inning stretch, tied at 1.
moment from the '98 season was with those teammates?
Well, Tyler, thank you very much for the question. Obviously, you think about the chemistry that we have, but you think about the main stage too in the World Series and getting Tony back to the World Series and that home run against David Wells. I thought that was one of the best moments because of what Tony Gwynn meant to the game of baseball, but also on the main stage, and that was incredible. So many moments to think of, and obviously celebrating the '98 season, but Mr. Padre with that huge moment against David Wells.
Now, reminder fans, you can send us your question. Use hashtag BuzzTheBoothSD, and we'll answer it during an upcoming broadcast. That's hashtag BuzzTheBoothSD. It's on to the bottom of the 7th inning, and Christian Villanueva has had a frustrating night at the plate. Leads it off here in the bottom of the 7th, and takes strike one. He struck out looking in the 2nd. Then went swinging in the 4th inning.
We're going to have to turn up the dial. Jordan Hicks has that triple-digit velocity of the fastball, and it moves.
We saw that the other night for the first time, and wow, 99 and by him quickly.
21 years old, making his 17th appearance. Very good splits. You know, not a lot of strikeouts. See 7 strikeouts in those outings. It has a lot to do with the weak contact that he has. As hitters, it's almost like you have to cheat to hit that triple-digit fastball.
A stretch right now of 9 Padres in a row that have been retired. That was by Michael Walker before he departed. How's 102 for you?
That's a bullet.
Rafi Lopez and then Freddie Galvis.
You better get yourself started a little bit sooner than you normally do.
Swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt, and they'll have to throw him out, and they do. 3rd time that Villanueva has struck out in this game. 1 down in the 7th inning.
So many times you have to cheat on the fastball because you feel like you just can't catch up to it. Exposes you to the secondary stuff, and you see the breaking ball by Hicks. It's the quick arm that's so difficult to pick up, especially when you haven't seen him before.
Now 1 down here in the 7th inning brings up Rafi Lopez. A single in the 2nd, came around to score the only Padres run. Scored on an error by the first baseman Jose Martinez, and then fly down to center. 1 for 2. One hopper to DeYoung at short for out number 2 here in the 7th inning. That's 11 in a row retired by Cardinals pitching. 2 outs here in the 7th. And it'll bring up Freddie Galvis.
You almost sense that this game is getting to that moment where one swing and one mistake is going to change this game.
Up and away for ball 1. That's a hundo.
It's really not a violent delivery too. That's what impresses you.
Free and easy.
A long, yeah, Andy Ashby. Known for that free and easy phrase.
On the ground, right side. Garcia slides to his right for the first in plenty of time. It's a 1-2-3 7th to the 8th we go. Tied at 1.
At Colorado, the story of this one, Trevor's story, Tony, he's left the yard 2 times today.
Yeah, and listen, this is a guy who kind of had a rough year last year, but they need his bat in that Colorado lineup. Listen, there's nobody in the West playing good baseball right now.
Yeah, there's not a team in the division that has better than a 2-game losing streak. So nobody's won in the last couple of days. Colorado, though, 3 games back. We'll bring it to your attention because Colorado is the team that you will see after the Cardinals depart tomorrow. So that's a 2-game set that'll begin on Monday. Tony and I are working on Padres Live, the post-game show brought to you by Cox Communications. Guys, when we see you after the final out, you can hear from Andy Green, of course. We're also going to give you the highlights of the 1998 team tribute that Mark Sweeney clearly was a part of it. Also, Kevin Towers posthumously inducted into the Padres Hall of Fame. So we'll have all that for you and more coming up after the final out, gents.
All right, Mike and Tony, thanks very much as we play along here to the 8th inning.
How about Trevor Story with 10 home runs? You think about Nolan Arenado, think about Charlie Blackmon, DJ LeMahieu, and then here's Trevor Story hitting 10 home runs already.
I mean, great start to him for this year, and the Rockies 3.5 back of the Diamondbacks to start the day as Kirby Yates makes his 14th appearance of the year and comes in here to pitch the 8th. A little bloop on the move is Hosmer, but that will fall harmlessly on the warning track. Paul DeYoung, Jose Martinez, Marcell Ozuna scheduled to bat in the 8th inning. Lined into right field, a base hit to start the 8th inning for the Cardinals. That is the second hit for Paul DeYoung of the game. He's been good defensively and offensively in this one tonight for the Cardinals.
All-around player, and he's showing on both sides, as you said.
So lead runner on, and Jose Martinez coming up. It was his double back in the 6th inning that tied the score. DeYoung scored all the way from first base. Picked up his 21st RBI of the year. A little higher than Jim Thome's statue pose, but it's there. He'll drop in for strike 1.
You got such good plate coverage because you have to worry about crowding him early in the count. As you see that first pitch, try to expose him, but he's been taking the pitch off the plate.
On the ground towards third base, Villanueva will go to second for 1, on to first for 2. Nicely done around the horn. 5-4 to 3, 2 down.
Look like Kirby Yates took a little bit off this pitch, but it's a tailor-made play. The first throw is really the priority, and then you see Perella with the turn. Almost flipped it into his hands and looked like he didn't get a good handle to that, but easily getting Martinez down the line.
Now 2 down here in the 8th inning, and it brings up Marcell Ozuna. And right back where it came from and into center field. That was a rocket through the middle into center. A 2-out base hit, first hit of the night for Ozuna.
Aggressive hitters with these Cardinals, and they're hunting that fastball. Return to sender. That was close.
So a 2-out base runner for St. Louis, and it brings up Jed Jerko. 0-for-3 tonight has been contained. Takes strike 1. He's lined out to second, struck out looking, and grounded out to third base. Overall on the year, a .341 average at this point, even with the 0-for-3 in the game tonight.
Wow.
Throw over, kind of a sidearm toss, with a lot on it. And Ozuna back to the bag.
2 stolen bases on the year for Ozuna. Likes to pick his spots. I think he'll wait till 2 strikes here if he tries one.
Jerko down 0-2. Blocked by Lopez, able to keep it in front of him. No advance at first by Ozuna.
Yeah, Rafi Lopez done a very nice job tonight. Controlling what Tyson Ross had with the slider, but also maintaining that confidence of a pitcher to be able to bury that secondary pitch.
Two down, Ozuna at first in a tie game here in the top of the 8th. Over again. And Ozuna a little stutter step to get back to the bag.
Dangerous spot here because we know Jet Jerko likes the ball up. If you're going to pitch up in the zone, it has to be out of the strike zone.
Looking over at Ozuna. And that almost hit Jerko.
I like that because the secondary stuff is what Kirby's trying to get to. Being able to pitch off the plate.
A little bit low. Full count now. A 1-1 game in the 8th inning. Second reliever on for Andy Green. Stammen had a shutout 7th. Now Yates with 2 outs has a runner at first. Runner goes, and that is ball 4. So he loses Jerko. First walk allowed by Kirby Yates, and the go-ahead run potentially in scoring position now for the Cardinals. Both teams in this game have combined, have gone 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. Chance here for Dexter Fowler. He's had no success in the past against Kirby Yates. 0 for 4 with a K.
Yeah, the one area that you got to be worried about is that down and in area. That's what he likes from hitting left-handed.
And he takes strike 1. Pretty much over the heart of the plate there.
Now you can pitch backwards. There's different opportunities around the strike zone against Dexter Fowler.
Close and framed by Lopez, but it's a ball. 1-1.
Now interesting, against a left-handed hitter, you don't see that strike zone being exposed. We've seen that pitch called tonight, but it's been mostly against right-handed hitters. Manny Gonzalez has afforded some of the pitchers a little bigger strike zone on both sides to that side of the plate.
First and second, 2 down. Tie game from San Diego. Swing and a miss, and Fowler's down 1-2. Fastball by him.
So good for Kirby Yates to have that confidence. It's almost in his back pocket to reach back and have that velocity on that fastball. 94 in that last pitch.
Zuna at second base, Jerko at first with 2 down in the 8th. Fowler with a bloop, foul ground. Villanueva on the run, won't get there, and goes crashing into the netting, as well as the short wall, and he is in some pain. He went in hard over there.
Well, you can see just right above your knee, you hit that padded wall. Very difficult, and you see the added netting that's new this year.
Looks like he hit both knees into the wall.
And he was full speed going in for try to make that. Sometimes you see those infielders slide as they're getting close to that wall.
Mark Rogo, the head trainer, out there along with Andy Green to check on him. And wave it back up on his feet here, trying to walk it off. Tough to tell which leg he's favoring. It may be both. It's like he didn't realize where he was in terms of where the wall was.
Yeah, it has a lot to do with the concentration on the ball and the importance of getting that out. Nice effort by the third baseman.
Says he's all right. Looks like he's going to stay in the game.
I think tomorrow we should all go out and try to jump into that net and see if it can hold us.
See how it feels?
Yeah. I'm not running into that wall. I know that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But I think we should jump into that net.
Villanueva staying in the game for now. He's at third base defensively and says he's all right. 2 down here in the inning. First and second for St. Louis. And Dexter Fowler down on the count 1-2.
I think he goes to a split finger changeup. Back-to-back fastballs on the inside part of the plate. See if they go down and away here with soft.
Fowler, strike shot. Kirby Yates gets him to end the inning, and the Cardinals strand a pair. Tied at 1. Jerry's Furniture, where Jerry's price is the lowest price every day. 1-1 the score as we head to the bottom of the 8th inning back at Petco Park in San Diego. And it's time now for the Fan Diego fans of the game. Enjoying Padres baseball tonight on a Saturday night in San Diego. 32,715 on hand for Game 3 of the 4-game series between the Padres and the Cardinals. Manuel Margot coming up here to lead it off in the last of the 8th inning of a tie game, and the former Rockies closer Greg Holland into the game, his 14th appearance. High earned run average 5.23, more walks than strikeouts. Margot now. Matt Caesar has come out on deck to bat in Kirby Yates' spot. Oh, and 2. Two pitches running away from Manuel Margot and chasing on both. Lunging after those. 12 in a row retired by Cardinals pitching as we start the bottom of the 8th inning. On the ground, lots of spin out to Garcia at second base for out number 1 of the 8th inning. Let's revisit our keys to the game, brought to you by your San Diego Honda dealers.
Well, Tyson Ross 6+. He goes 6, and you see those 7 strikeouts. I thought his slider was outstanding tonight. Also, that cutting action on his fastball and bridge to hand. Stammen and Yates have combined and done a really nice job. Big strikeout of Dexter Fowler, and Brad Hand is warming. Really a big situation to try to have that add-on run to get Brad in there for his 11th save opportunity.
Matt Caesar pinch hitting per usual, coming off the bench here. We had 1 out in the 8th inning. 244, a home run, and 4 runs batted in. Into his 30th game of the season. Falling behind 2-0.
You know what the problem is facing Greg Holland? Not only is your former closer pitching in the 8th inning, but he has mechanics that make it very uncomfortable. Pick up that release point. Try to have to elevate him as much as possible.
Popped up, foul ground. Jose Martinez has a play, and he makes it for out number 2 of the 8th inning. So make that 14 in a row retired by Cardinals pitching. Combination of Walker, Hicks, and now Holland. And there's 2 outs in the 8th inning. Top of the order, Travis Jankowski coming up. He possesses 1 of the 3 Padres hits in the game. This was a single back in the 1st inning.
2 singles last night, but also a home run in his last at bat.
Time called by Pena, home plate umpire looking out in the direction of left center. Ball has come out onto the field, looks like. And Tommy Pham's going to run it down. It'll come from one of the pens. Two down in the 8th inning. Travis Jankowski waiting on a 1-0 pitch. And he'll take a strike to even the count at 1-1.
Yeah, most closers' mentality, and I say closers because Greg Holland has primarily been that guy. It's down and away and maintaining all of that command on the outside part of the plate late in the game.
Jumps ahead here, 1-2.
Almost like a situation as a hitter you can eliminate trying to pull a pitch. Pull swing has to be reactionary.
Evens up at 2-2. Hosmer waiting on deck. Like to get a chance here in the 8th inning. In a tie game, the Cardinals and Padres. Full count. Pitches for Holland since coming in. We showed you the walk to strikeout ratio for him, and more walks and strikeouts, and here he is in a full count scenario.
Really has been a lot about his fastball command. I think he goes to his secondary pitch here.
Jankowski takes. Did he swing? No. They check with Laz Diaz, and Jankowski is aboard at first base on a walk with 2 down. Base on balls, it's been a problem. Creeps up again for Greg Holland. Mike Maddox and Mike Matheny looking on. Eric Hosmer will get a chance here with 2 down in the 8th inning.
Did face his former teammate the first game of this series and grounded out to back to the pitcher. See if he hunts that fastball in. Sorry, Don.
0 for 3 in this game tonight. With a good sized lead at first base. Jolted foul down the left field line out of play.
Got a good fastball middle away. Put a good hack on it. Just a tad late on that pitch. Eric Hosmer's got the power to that left center. Haven't seen much of it, but when he is locked in, that's going to be able to lead the building there.
There's 5 home runs on the year. Jankowski held on at first by Martinez. 2 down in the 8th. And a 1-1 ball game. Throw over, and Jankowski's going to dive back.
No doubles defense for the Cardinals, as we saw in that look defensively. That speed of Jankowski, they have to minimize the ability to hit him over their heads.
Swing and a miss, and that fastball buried down and in at 94. Holland jumping ahead here, 0-2 with 2 down. Jankowski, a potential go-ahead run at first base. Has not tried to run at first yet. Works him away for ball 1. Hosmer not chasing. 15 pitches since coming into this game. 8 strikes, 7 balls. Ahead here though, 1-2 with 2 down. Hosmer hits it in the air to right. Fowler has room in front of the track. Will make the catch that ends the 8th inning. We head to the 9th, tied 1-1 from Petco. Back at Petco Park in San Diego. And Brad Hand, the Padres closer, coming into the game here in a tie game at home. And he'll be dealing with the bottom third of the Cardinals order. 10 out of 12 in save opportunities, and obviously this one is not. But he's got 29 strikeouts in 17 2/3 innings.
Well, the importance of this game, especially after the results of the first 2 in this series. You know why you have your closer in.
Now Francisco Pena going to lead it off here in the 9th inning. A single in the 7th, 1 for 3 in the ball game. Fouls it off at the dish. Kirby Yates worked the 8th inning, gave up 2 hits, no runs. Walked a batter, struck out a batter. Padres pitching with 9 Ks in this game. Pena out ahead of this, fouls it off down the left field line.
Looked like he was cheating on that fastball, way in front of that breaking ball.
Pena, then Greg Garcia expected here in the inning. That is in there for strike 3, and that full Pena. And with a strikeout to open up the 9th inning.
What location on this fastball? Top of the strike zone, and you can see easily in that strike zone. Pena has seen that. It's surprising he didn't think that was a strike.
So 1 out, and Greg Garcia coming up. Garcia 0 for 3 from his 8th spot in the order. He struck out, flied out twice. Pitcher spot would be due next, and Harrison Bader has come out on deck for the Cardinals. is Bader. That'll start in game 2 of the series. And now it's Greg Garcia, though, with 1 out, ahead in the count, 2-0. It's a lefty-lefty matchup in the 9th in a tie game. And falling behind, 3-0. Center fielder Manuel Margot over towards left center. Good sized gap out in right center field right now. Greg Garcia. Lots of green grass out there in right center. Taken all the way, and he takes strike 1.
I wouldn't be surprised if Garcia takes this pitch. Pretty unselfish player, known for that, but he understands the importance of trying to get on base against Brad Hand.
Strike 2, and Garcia was ready to flip the bat away, but he gets the bad news from Manny Gonzalez. Full count now.
Down and in, and it's been called all night long.
Right at the knees. Payoff pitch coming up. On the ground up the middle, but Pirela to the backhand, and the Padres second baseman, the throw a little bit off the mark, but Hosmer made the adjustment for out number 2. Two down here in the 9th inning. Harrison Bader will pinch hit in the pitcher's spot. So Greg Holland done after 1 inning of work. No hits, no runs, walked the batter, didn't strike anybody out.
Bader, you see, has 2 home runs on the year. A lot of speed. Puts a lot of pressure on infielders as well.
Nasty pitch, and it's strike 1. If Hand can get through this inning, working minimally as he so far has only thrown 10 pitches. Might see him for another inning if necessary. Oh, and 2. Struck out Pena, get Garcia to ground out to second. That is strike 3 looking. A 1-2-3 9th inning for Brad Hand. To the bottom of the 9th we go, tied at 1. Park in San Diego. A trio of Perella, Cordero, and Villanueva scheduled to bat in the 9th inning. And they'll do it against the Cardinals closer here on the road in a tie game coming in Bud Norris.
Yeah, not typically what you would see in most managing styles, but think about the next inning if they can get there, top of the order, which has done damage in this series already. See Bud Norris making his 9th appearance. Interesting side note, Bud Norris last night after the ball game got engaged for the first time on this field.
Really?
How about that?
Jose Perella making his way to the plate, 0-for-3. Perella has grounded out, struck out, and lined out. And Friar faithful trying to help him along here in the bottom of the 9th. Ball 1. Perella does not have a home run yet this year for the Padres.
What a time for his first.
Line towards right center field. That's going to get down for a hit. Over to cut it off is Pham, and holding with a very wide turn at first is Perella, and a good start to the bottom of the 9th.
Well, takes the first breaking ball and then the cutter off the plate, off the end of the bat for Perella, but always hustling. Puts his head down, and you can see if Tommy Pham bobbles this ball, he's on second base. I absolutely love that. And credit Tommy Pham for hustling over and keeping that to a single.
Lead runner on in the 9th inning in Jose Perella. Franchy Cordero standing in. Throw to first, and Perella. Quick crossover to get back to the bag.
Remember Cordero in the first game of this series flew out to left, just missed a pitch off of Norris.
Franchy tonight has struck out, walked, and struck out again. Matheny bringing his closer in, and a tie game on the road. See how it works out here in the 9th inning. Cordero slices it foul off to the left hand, evens at 1-1.
Hunting that fastball, and why not? He has power to all fields.
Also has 6 home runs on the year. Straightens him up with a pitch in. Fastball at 91.
See Perella, he's going to get the signs down at third base, but as soon as before you take your lead, you'll take a peek out in the outfield. Survey the land. They're playing no doubles defense.
Yeah, they're very deep all the way around.
There's a lot of pressure on Glenn Hoffman, the third base coach.
Down and in again, and it's now 3-1. So the good hitters count for Franchy Cordero here in a big spot in the 9th inning. Maddox, the pitching coach for St. Louis, looking on as his closer has fallen behind. Christian Villanueva waiting on deck. Varela at first, nobody out last of the ninth, then a quick check over, almost caught him napping. Almost threw it away too. Martinez with a good pick over there at first.
You can see the throw. Looked like he short-armed this just a little bit, but to your point, Don, Martinez picking him up.
Outside, ball 4, Cordero down to first. First 2 have reached in the ninth inning. A single and a walk starts the bottom of the ninth.
Bud Norris asking Pena to come out to have a little bit of a talk. You wonder with the struggles of Villanueva.
He's been called back.
Think about this scenario with Corey Spangenberg coming up with Chase Headley designated for assignment. Puts a lot of different ways you can handle this situation if you're Andy Green. Can lay that bunt down. You also have the ability to give him a pitch that he can hunt early in the count.
This should be an Ueva called back. Corey Spangenberg was just called back today from El Paso and AAA. And now he's going to hit with runners at first and second after Villanueva had struck out 3 times tonight.
Well, Don, if you're laying a bunt down, you have to bunt it towards the third baseman.
Pulls it back and takes strike 1.
Got to put the pressure on Jed Jerko because he has his dilemma on his hands. As you see the signs from third base coach Glenn Hoffman.
Varela representing the winning run out there at second base. Spangenberg is squaring and again pulling it back to even the count at 1-1. Norris gave up a single to Varela to begin the inning. Then he walks Franchi Cordero.
So interesting in these situations. If you have to lay a bunt down, you don't have to be perfect. A lot of those guys try to force the issue with the pitcher. They're delivering a pitch, then they have to be an infielder. Run it right back at them.
Bluff off the backside as he spirals off the back of the hill. No throw. Spangenberg bunts at it and fouls it off. Unable to get it down. 1-2. Do you take it off?
I think you have to, especially with 2 strikes. You can see that running fastball. Bunted off the end of the bat. Tried to deaden it. That's on a scenario that you want to deaden that pitch. Just a running fastball caused that.
One ball, 2 strikes, nobody out. Runners at first and second. Potential winning run in scoring position at second base. See if they keep the bunt on here. They do, and Spangenberg pulls it back, and it'll be ball 2.
You know, it's interesting with this scenario, and you can see him squaring with 2 strikes. The importance of trying to lay that bunt down. They are pinched in on the corners. He's taking a long gaze at him.
Rafi Lopez waiting on deck. Spangenberg squaring, pops it up foul, and he strikes out. could not get the job done. One down in the ninth inning.
Got plenty of pitches to execute and just could not. You see the barrel of the bat going underneath the baseball and slicing it for strike 3.
So Spangenberg called upon here in an important spot and cannot get it done. One down in the ninth inning. And it'll bring up Rafi Lopez. 1 for 3 in the game. A single back in the second. He scored the Padres' only run. Strike one. Morris starting to battle his way back here after a tough start to this inning. Padres are now 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position and 2 for 19 in the series.
Now the scenario shifts to looking for that ball in the dirt. Almost anticipated if you're a base runner. Try to advance 90 feet.
So far with 2 home runs in a Padres uniform. Jose Perella, the potential winning run at second base with 1 out in the bottom of the ninth. Lopez lines it down the right field line, foul. Out ahead and finds himself down 1-2. You
can see Lopez hunting that fastball. It's a cut fastball just outside of it, causing that foul ball.
With the lead, kind of checking out his surroundings to make sure DeYoung not cheating in behind him. Inside has Lopez spinning out of the box. That evens the count at 2-2. "16 pitches so far for the Cardinals closer. Galvis waiting on deck. 1 down, bottom of the ninth. Lopez with a swing and a miss, and Lopez strikes out for out number 2 of the ninth inning. Back-to-back Ks for Bud Norris.
Well, you see 2-2 pitch goes to the off speed and away off the plate. The breaking ball, almost a backup breaking ball.
Now 2 down in the ninth inning, and Freddie Galvis. Perella at second, Cordero at first. Back-to-back strikeouts for Norris. 4 career walk-off hits for Freddie Galvis. Does not have one yet as a member of the Padres. Tonight 0 for 3. He's grounded out, flied out, grounded out again. Potential winning run at second in Jose Perella. One and a pitch in.
Yeah, not a time to overswing, and you don't want to be a hero. It doesn't have to leave the building. You got to find some grass. After that big swing, you wonder if Freddie Galvis will cut that down. Jose Perella has enough speed to score that winning run on a single.
Pitch 20 coming up for Bud Norris of this 9th inning. One and two on a rising fastball at 96.
See Norris really trying to stay out of the center of the plate, pitching at all quadrants, showing different pitches.
Jose Perella gets his walking lead off second base with 2 down in the 9th inning. The battle between Galvis and Norris here in the 9th inning. Tie game. Outside, 2-2. Shakes off a sign. Now ready with a 2-2 pitch. Galvis strikes out on a fastball that was up. Padres lead 2. We got bonus baseball in San Diego tonight. As look back to the ceremony prior to the ball game, the 1998 Padres celebrated, and so was the life of Kevin Towers as he was inducted into the Padres Hall of Fame. And Ron Fowler, Kevin Towers' wife, on hand, and a very special celebration before the game here tonight. Tied 1-1 as we head to the top of the 10th. Brad Hand back on the mound again, and Tommy Pham in on the right side. Golden opportunity goes by the boards here for the Padres in the bottom of the 9th. At the top of the Cardinals order, Brad Hand out there for his 2nd inning of relief. Only threw 12 pitches though in that 1st inning. Or Spangenberg staying in the game at 3rd base after pinch hitting for Villanueva. Grounded back towards Hand. He'll fire to first for out number 1 of the 10th inning. Paul DeYoung coming up here. Has been aboard 3 times. After flying out to center in the 1st, he singled in the 3rd, hit by a pitch in the 6th, and then singled to right in the 8th. Padres playing him straight up in the outfield. And pretty much straight up in the infield. That's now with Jose Martinez waiting on deck. On the ground to short. Galvis on the outfield grass slings into first base in time. 2 down. 2 quick outs for Brad Hand here in the 10th inning. He's retired all 5 that he has faced since coming into this game. So 2 outs, and it brings up Jose Martinez. He's had a 2-hit night, a single and a double. Also driven in a run, the only run the Cardinals have, with that double in the 6th inning. Paul DeYoung scored all the way from first base. Tyson Ross started the game, 6 innings, 1 run. Stammen a shutout inning. Yates a shutout inning, and Hand so far an inning and 2/3. That's to the backstop on the fly at 95.
I wonder if there was a little cross up there, because 95 miles an hour probably sitting on the breaking ball, and you could see elevating it and it buzzing the tower. Oh yeah.
Hand falling behind here, 2-0. A little bit low, 2-1, or actually 3-0 now.
I wonder if they're going to give him a green light here. The way he has been swinging the bat, he's seeing the ball. Going to look for one spot, one pitch.
Ball 4, and he walks in. A 4-pitch walk. Martinez down to first with 2 down. And Marcell Ozuna is going to get a chance here in the 10th inning. Ozuna's been aboard twice, a walk and a single, and a 1-for-3 night for the Cardinals left fielder. 0 for 5 in his career against Hand. That's with 3 strikeouts. Padres defensively in the outfield, they're as backed up about as you can be out there. From left to right. That one up and away at 95. That fastball kind of running all over the place here on Brad Hand at the moment. So Rafi Lopez out there to talk to him.
Scary situation here, and why I say that. Only 3 home runs for Ozuna on the year. 37 last year for the Marlins. Has that home run power. It looks to get those certain areas that he can swing. Even if it's middle away, he has that power.
That'll drop in there, and it's 1-1. After a couple of wild fastballs, goes to the breaking ball there to pick up the strike. Strike 2. Ozuna takes a little stroll out of the batter's box.
Yeah, 1-1 count. You get that breaking ball. Good feel for it. Thrown to all different parts of the strike zone. Why not throw another?
That should be pitch number 25 out of the pen for Hand. in the dirt and blocked by Lopez. No advance at first base for Jose Martinez. Fouled off, and Ozuna staying alive. He continues. Jed Jerko would get a chance. He waits on deck.
Now, typically, you wouldn't want to pitch up in the strike zone here, but a fastball up and in after a steady dose of those breaking balls.
Ozuna fights this off on the ground towards short. Galvis will go to first for the out. It sends us to the bottom of the 10th inning, tied 1-1 from Petco Park. Park, and Sam Tubiolala into the game here for the Cardinals. Their fifth pitcher of the game, and he takes over for Bud Norris.
Hard thrown right-hander, and you can see the games. He's had some left knee soreness, been put on the disabled list. You can see him coming back, but 3 walks to 3 strikeouts and the high average against left-handed hitting.
Tuivailala will face Manuel Margot. The pitcher spot, it looks like Carlos Asuaje has come out there to pinch hit, and then Travis Jankowski. So 8, 9, and 1. Manny Margot headed to the plate, 1-4-3 in the ball game tonight. A single back in the second inning. Now bats in a tie game here in the 10th inning. Strike one. That outside edge. Bud Norris gave up a single and a walk before striking out 3 in a row. Spangenberg, Lopez, and Galvis before he departed. Impressively get out of the bottom of the 9th.
Yeah, I think that's a failed sacrifice bunt by Corey Spangenberg. Really set a bad tone to the last half.
And it really got Norris going. Swing and a miss, and it gets away briefly from Pena. He will throw down to first base to get Margot. So a strikeout for Tuivailala to begin things here in the 10th inning.
4 straight strikeouts from the Padre hitters, and you can see exposed to the breaking ball, getting behind 0-2. That secondary stuff has given Manny Margot some fits.
4 strikeouts in a row for Cardinals pitching. And it brings up Carlos Asuaje. Pinch hitting in the pitcher's spot at 190. And taking ball 1. Asuaje has seen his regular starting time come to an end with Jose Pirela getting the regular reps at second base. Two and 0. Phil Maton up in the pen for the Padres. Seen Stammen for an inning, Yates an inning, and Brad Hand, the closer, for 2 innings tonight out of the pen. Three and 0. Patient at bat right now. The pinch hitter is Asuaje ahead 3-0.
This might be a scenario where you take 2. Got to get on.
There's a strike, 3-1. A lot of fastballs so far here from Tuivailala.
Obviously, you don't want to be timid in this situation, but you have to hunt that fastball.
Asuaje lines one to left. That's in for a base hit. A pinch hit single with 1 down in the 10th inning for Carlos Asuaje.
What a nice at bat by Carlos Asuaje, because 3-1 count. You always want to try to pull the baseball, but he does a nice job staying back and lining this to left field. That's what we saw late in the season last year from Carlos Asuaje.
1 out, 1 on, turns the order over. Travis Jankowski at the top of the order. He's been aboard twice in this game, a single in the first, a walk in the 8th. 1 for 3 showing, and here he is in the 10th. Throw over, and Asuaje diving back safely. Good sized lead again for Asuaje at first base. Another check. And again, diving back at first. In on the grass at third is Jed Jerko. As Jankowski decides to lay down a bunt. Patiently awaiting a first pitch here. And he takes strike 1. Back to the fastball for Tuivailala. There goes, struck out to begin the inning. A pinch hit single for Asuaje to left field has him at first. Check again.
Carlos Asuaje has attempted 1 stolen base where he got thrown out in that scenario. Not really a base running situation where you're looking for a steal, but that off-speed breaking ball in the dirt, you have to be ready to advance.
This is away, 1-1. One stretch through the middle innings, Cardinals pitching had retired 14 Padres in a row. The starter, Michael Walker, went the first 6, giving up only 1 run. Combination of Hicks, Holland, and Norris giving up only 1 hit, no runs. second career hit as a pinch hitter for Suaje. Now Mike Maddox, the pitching coach, coming out. Uvalala has been very concerned with Suaje at first base. Skip Schumacher, first base coach, over to talk to Suaje here. As conference at the mound. There's Jankowski last night getting his first home run of the year.
And really pulled his hands in nicely. 2 singles earlier in that ball game.
Conference over. Suaje gains the lead again at first base with 1 out in the 10th inning. Outside for ball 2.
Really, if you're Carlos Suaje, you just want to make sure that you get his attention. There at first base, you want to just be a pest. Tony La Russa was famous for that. Asked us to just make sure he were aware of it, even if you're not stealing a base. You can see him being very fidgety over at first.
Extends that lead a little bit. 3-1 on a pitch down and in.
With Travis Jankowski handling the bat so well, this might not be a bad scenario to get a Carlos Suaje going. If you know that, you definitely have to control the bat, especially around the strike zone.
Jankowski lines it foul. Took it the other way. And a full count now. Travis climbs back in the box as Matheny reeling off some signs for his catcher, Francisco Pena. Runner goes. Jankowski chops one towards third. Jerko with the bobble, and everybody's going to be safe. Tried a bare hand, and it was off the hand, and Jankowski with too much speed will reach. Suaje was off with the pitch. Takes second base. It's a base hit for Jankowski.
You know what? Setting him in motion really made this a tough play because Travis Jankowski, see the pitch, it's a backdoor cutter. And you can see Jankowski doing a really nice job. When he's set in motion, it really takes that defensive play for Jerko, the shorter throw to second base, out of the equation.
Pitching change with 1 out in the 10th inning from Petco Park, tied at 1. Park in San Diego, and the Cardinals have moved on to their 6th pitcher with runners at first and second. Potential winning run at second base. Brett Cecil into the game.
Fresh off the disabled list, and you can see only making his 2nd appearance. Loves to throw the off-speed pitch, that changeup, and he will throw it multiple times. Fastball, curveball, a former starter and a reliever.
Long-time Toronto Blue Jay. Eric Hosmer with the potential winning run at second base. Hosmer will take strike 1. Hosmer tonight 0 for 4. He has grounded out twice and flied out twice. Coming to bat here with the game in the balance with 1 down in the 10th inning. Hosmer with a big cut down 0-2.
Fastball location, and a lot of it has to do with the presence of burying that fastball in on the inside corner, opening those hips. The barrel goes underneath the baseball. Rally caps.
Bluff to second base, no throw. Hosmer in his career 3 for 12 against Brett Cecil. Batting here with 2 strikes on him, 1 down. Hosmer chops it to third. Jerko will touch third. Throw to first. Double play. Gets him out of the 10th. So the Padres with an opportunity in the 9th and the 10th. We head to the 11th. And the Padres will bring in their 5th pitcher of the game after 2 shutout innings for Brad Hand. Phil Maton coming in.
Inning of work in the first game of this series for Phil Maton, an inning with 2 strikeouts.
You got Jed Jerko made that play down there at third base. The force out at third and then fired to first, turned into a double play that got out of the 10th inning, and Jerko will lead it off here in the 11th. A former Padre who is 0 for 3 with a walk in the ball game tonight. There is strike 1 to Jerko. Be followed by Fowler and Pena, scheduled to bat in the 11th. Oh, and 2.
Back-to-back breaking balls. Really been peppering that down and away area to Jed Jerko all night long.
Trying to elevate here on Jerko. And it misses away. Career appearances for Maton at home, a 1.53 earned run average here at Petco Park for the right-hander. Wanted that, could have got that. 2-2.
You know, most of Manny Gonzalez has been more east and west if you're extending the strike zone, not north and south tonight.
Fly ball down the right field line. Long run for Jankowski and Hosmer, and it falls foul. 3 Padres pursuing. Perella from second, Hosmer from first, Jankowski from right, and it lands foul.
You know, defensively they're playing no double, so it's a long run for Travis Jankowski. See the flash look by Eric Hosmer. Looked like he had a beat on it. And that falls, luckily, foul for the Padres.
So another chance here for Jerko. Comes back with a count of 2-2. Elevates, and it's a full count now. Line to center, and a base hit starts the top of the 11th inning. Jed Jerko is on. Pretty good at bat for Jed Jerko.
Yeah, I got behind early in the count, Don, and you see the breaking ball, which he threw to him early in the count. Saw a few of those, and you can see perfect balance for Jed Jerko, tracking that baseball and letting it getting deeper for the hard single to center.
So aboard to begin things here in the 11th, and now you got Dexter Fowler coming up. Step on the grass at third is Spangenberg. Fowler is squaring and taking ball 1. Fowler tonight 0 for 4. He has struck out twice and grounded out to first base twice. Swinging away and sending one to right. Coming in is Jankowski, and Jankowski makes the catch in right field. 1 down. Sinking in right, and he comes in to make the basket grab on the sliding catch. It's our Bill Howe play of the game.
Well, this is just outstanding. Playing no doubles again with Jed Jerko on first base. The first step in the awareness and to be able to read that ball off the bat. Nice glove work by Travis Jankowski.
1 out, 1 on, and it brings up Francisco Pena. Takes strike 1. And an infield hit back in the 7th inning, a 1 for 4 night for the Cardinals catcher. Imagine we'll see Carson Kelly catch tomorrow, the day game after the night game, and the finale of this 4-game series. Off balance cut there has him down 0-2.
Really good breaking ball by Phil Maton.
Fights it off, foul, stays alive. Go to first, and that one actually hits Jerko on the toss over there. Jerko's lead not terribly large. Pena strike shot goes lunging after that. 2 down in the 11th. First strikeout for Phil Maton.
Good sequencing. Breaking balls early, fastball in late, and then you can see the breaking ball exposing him with 2 strikes. Really out front and trying to wave and get a piece of that to no avail.
2 down, runner at first, and it brings up Greg Garcia. He's 0 for 4 in this game. Takes a strike over the outside corner. Well, the pitcher spot is due next, and Colton Wong has come out on deck for St. Louis. Very high, 1-1. Wong, who started the first 2 games of the series at second base, is off until now. There are 2 outs here, though, in the 11th. Garcia on a check swing, grounds 1 foul. Running in on.
I tell you what, Don, as this game goes longer, you start seeing the exposure of the shorter benches for both sides. Only 4 position players to go to. Added relievers.
Garcia will foul this off, and it'll even at 2-2. Lopez pouncing out there, hoping that it would kick foul. He could aggressively fire down to first base and end this top of the 11th inning. Looking towards the bottom of the 11th inning, Perella, Cordero, and Spangenberg scheduled to bat. Brebbia up in the pen right now for the Cardinals. They have already used Hicks, Holland, Norris, Tuivalala, and Cecil. 2-2. Go to first, and back again is Jerko. Ball 3, full count. So Garcia has been patient. First can now get a start, and Jed Jerko. So Hosmer Plays off the bag at first, not holding him on anymore. Payoff pitch, and it is a ground ball, base hit to the right side. Jerko heads for third, and he will get there. Go-ahead run 90 feet away now for St. Louis, with 2 down here in the 11th inning.
Now that 2-2 pitch really looms large because it sets Jed Jerko in motion on the 3-2 pitch. Breaking ball, and Garcia puts it right through in between first and second. Go-ahead run is at third base in Jed Jerko.
And you got Colton Wong coming up to pinch hit. .96 average, 2 homers, 8 runs batted in. And Wong takes strike 1.
Now that's a gift. First pitch fastball as a pinch hitter.
Runner goes at first, no throw from Rafi Lopez. Defensive indifference as Garcia takes second base. Ball and a strike to Wong. Well, the Padres had chances in the 9th, 10th innings. The Cardinals really getting their first good opportunity here in the 11th inning. Second and third, 2 down. And Wong will take ball 2.
In the presence of Tommy Pham on the on-deck circle, he's had a tough night tonight, but still a productive series. 2 home runs in the series.
And Jerko gets his lead at third base. Inside, almost hit Wong, and it's 3-1. There's Tommy Pham. Wong went around. That is strike 2. So a full count now. Wong hits a fly ball to right field. Playable for Travis Jankowski, who makes the catch and sends this game to the bottom of the 11th inning. Tied at 1. in San Diego. We'll see Perella, Cordero, and Spangenberg scheduled to bat here in the 11th inning. It'll be against a new Cardinals pitcher. John Brebbia comes into the game, second appearance of the series.
Brebbia pitched last night, an inning of work, 3 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned runs. So for the Padres, trying to snatch a win on celebrating 1998 Padres.
Jose Perella, who led off the 9th inning with a single to center field, is going to lead it off here in the 11th. He was left at second base in the 9th. Padres left 2 men on in the 10th, a runner at second base. Could not push across that winning run, and now here they are in the bottom of the 11th inning. A 1-for-4 night for the Padres second baseman. Maybe taking over for Brett Cecil, got the big double play. They got the Cardinals out of a jam in the bottom of the 10th. Maybe falling behind 2-0.
Back-to-back breaking balls, so sitting dead red in this situation. Should get a pretty good quality pitch here.
Take strike 1. Didn't get the fastball.
Well, that just tells me that Brebbia just loves that feel of the breaking ball.
Cordero waiting on deck. Well, asked for time, granted time by Manny Gonzalez. Now back in again, ahead of the count, 3-1. Called again. Maybe it's taking a long time to figure out what he wants to throw. That is strike 2. Perella is headed towards first base, but it gets the bad news from Manny Gonzalez.
Looked like a pretty good pitch, and you see the movement, two-seam movement, 94 miles an hour, right on the bottom of the strike zone.
Payoff pitch. And Perella strikes out looking. First out of the 11th inning. And Perella saying some things to Manny Gonzalez as he departs. And still barking at him. And Gonzalez back at Perella.
Well, pitching backwards, a lot of breaking balls early in the count, and back-to-back fastballs. The 94-mile-an-hour fastball catches Perella.
Perella frustrated over strike 2 more than strike 3. One out here in the 11th, and it brings up Franchi. Wild swing and a miss at a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Elevating again, not chasing this time. No action in the Padres pen. Looks like Maton would go another inning. Should we extend to the 12th? One and two. Up again, 2 and 2. Drops in there for strike 3. Cordero knew it and takes with him the second strikeout for Brebbia. 2 down in the 11th inning.
John Brebbia, back-to-back hitters where he's put on a clinic. Different ways to skin a cat. You can see the breaking ball hitting Cordero after everything was fastballs previously.
Corey Spangenberg came into the game to pinch hit in the 9th inning for Christian Villanueva. Didn't get the bunt down with runners at first and second and nobody out. Ended up striking out. Rolls it over foul, 1-1. Spangenberg recalled today from AAA El Paso. And it's a ground ball foul outside of first base.
Sounded like he broke his back.
Brebbia struck out Perella, struck out Cordero. Both went looking. Now ahead of Spangenberg, 1-2. Sixth reliever used by Mike Matheny in this game. Full count now. Rafi Lopez on deck with 2 down here in the 11th inning. Lines it foul off to the left out of play. Spangenberg strikes out. Brebbia strikes out the side in impressive fashion. We go to the 12th, tied 1-1. Now tomorrow, the finale of the 4-game series between the Padres and the Cardinals. Play day baseball here from Petco Park in San Diego. And the probables. Adam Wainwright will be activated and will pitch tomorrow, 1-2, with a 3.45 earned run average. And Clayton Richard on the hill, 1-5 on the year with a 5.72 earned run average. It's all started with Padres live at 12:30. And then the Padres and Cardinals wrap up their series for the arrival of the Colorado Rockies. Permeating out there for his second inning of relief as he starts the 12th and deals with the top of the Cardinals order. And Tommy Pham Cardinals had runners at second and third with 2 down in the 11th. Colton Wong, the pinch hitter, flied out to right, and the Cardinals stranded 2 in scoring position. Their best opportunity in extra innings. There's a ground ball to third. Spangenberg handles out number 1 of the 12th inning. It's been a quiet 0-for-5 night for the leadoff hitter for the Cardinals.
Now coming into this game, 2 home runs in the previous games and looking very good after a few days off with a groin injury.
Paul DeYoung, 2-hit night tonight, also has been hit by a pitch and has scored the only Cardinals run in this game.
That's his 30th pitch for Phil Maton. Extended work tonight.
I've seen Stammen, Yates, Hand, and Maton. Keep in mind, Brian Mitchell tossed a bunch in last night's game. 5 2/3, in fact.
Now the scary thing about situations like this, Don, is when you start getting extended and you start ruining what you have for tomorrow to cover free tomorrow. It's a transaction game. Very difficult, so the organization has to make sure that they have enough coverage.
Swing and a miss, and striking out is Paul DeYoung. 2 down here in the 12th inning.
Still has that velocity. You saw some breaking balls in his first inning of work. Barrel below the baseball there. Nice pitch by Phil Maton.
So 2 outs here in the 12th inning brings up Jose Martinez. On base 3 times tonight, single, double, and a walk. And a grounder up the middle. Perella will range from second base. His throw is off the glove of Hosmer. And Hosmer will run it down, but it's a 2-out. Martinez reaching at first base. And it'll be a base hit.
In between hop, you see Perella trying to throw that ball, and it was a tough hop as he took off. Tough for Hosmer to glove that.
Ruled a hit. That has Martinez aboard, his 3rd hit of the game. Now Marcelo Ozuna. 1-for-4 with a walk in the game. Padres still have Adam Simber out there in the pen. Robbie Erlin. Matt Strom. On a strike now to Ozuna. There is Simber warming in the pen. Ozuna grounds one to the shortstop from his knees. Galvis goes to second for the 4th out. That ends the top of the 12th inning. Game time 1-1 to the bottom of the 12th we go. here for the Padres in the 12th inning. John Brebbia back on the mound for the Cardinals. His second inning of relief, and his first inning of relief in the 11th. Very impressive. Struck out Barella, Cordero, and Spangenberg in succession. Rafi Lopez, 1 for 4 in the game. An infield hit back in the second inning. Brebbia striking out the side on 18 pitches. And starts Lopez with a breaking ball for strike 1.
Really good feel of the breaking ball. Throw it at any pitch, any time.
When you
mix in that mid-90s fastball with movement, it's a pretty good combination.
Rafi Lopez strikes out 4 Ks in a row for Brebbia. 1 down in the 12th inning.
Elevated fastball. Really tough to stay off, as you could see from Lopez.
14 strikeouts for Padres hitters in this game. 1 out in the 12th. Freddie Galvis will take a pitch outside. Fouled off to the left, 1-1. Down 1-2 and a foul tip. 94 on the fastball that time. Brebbia has struck out the first 4 Padres that he's faced since coming into the game, and now ahead of Galvis 1-2. Stumble there at the end of that delivery for Brebbia. Landing spot a little on the messy side this time of the game.
Get the tamper out.
Well, Margot on deck. 2-2 to Galvis. Fouls it straight back. Galvis hits it on the ground right side. Ranging is Garcia. Spins and throws him out. Well, Greg Garcia's had some very good rangy plays at second base. 2 down in the 12th inning.
You're right, Don. We see him diving, but also the range to his glove side has been very good. What's impressive about this play, when he goes to his left, the accurate throw to first base.
2 down in the 12th inning. It's now 7 in a row retired by Cardinals pitching. And here's Margot. Takes strike 1. Started Margot with a fastball. Margot jolts one towards right center field. Pham over and under to make the catch to end the 12th inning. Headed to the 13th, tied 1-1.
Son, let me show you how it's done.
Those were awesome. We've seen a few of those tonight.
Pitching coach Dave Stewart. I remember him, Oakland days against Roger Clemens. Roger Clemens wearing the eye black. Dave Stewart pulling that down. That was a bad man. Even as a pitching coach, I was scared to death of him until he started laughing.
Well, we play on here to the 13th inning, and Adam Simber, the new pitcher, on.
And Adam Simber, what a find coming out of spring training. See, making his 19th appearance on the year. 22 2/3 of work.
With Jed Jerko leads it off here in the 13th inning. Maton worked 2 innings of relief, the 11th and 12th. Gave up 3 hits, no runs, didn't walk anybody, and struck out 2. So Simber is the 5th reliever and overall the 6th pitcher used in this game by Andy Green. Game that has extended into the top half of the 13th inning. On the outside corner, and Jerko doesn't like it at all.
Well, it's hard to argue because, wow, he has given that outside part of that plate, even extended pretty much all night.
Strike 3 call, and Jerko is beside himself as he walks away without number 1.
Well, you got to remember too, some of these players get to be afforded to go up into the clubhouse and take a look at some of these pitches. It's still frustrating knowing that that's not on the plate. Eddie Gonzalez has been consistent, especially off that side of the plate.
Dexter Fowler batting here with 1 down, bases empty. Been a quiet night, 0 for 5. And this one gets a big piece of Rafi Lopez.
So you want to be a catcher in baseball. Take a look at this. Oof, right off the forearm.
Missing away, 2-1 here to Dexter Fowler. Fowler now and then Pena next year. The Cardinals batting in the 13th. There's Pena on deck. Here's a bloop back at third. Spangenberg on the outfield grass will make the catch. 2 down in the 13th inning. Bring up Francisco Pena. Strike 1.
Seems like that parade for the '98 team was yesterday.
You know how I know it's still today, though?
Because I still have the jersey.
Have your jersey on.
If we go any longer, I'm taking this jersey off.
Little number in front of the plate. Lopez will jump out there and fire to first base for the out. It ends the top of the 13th inning to the bottom of the 13th, tied 1-1. 13th inning, as the Padres will have their last remaining bench player check into this game to lead it off. They're in the 13th inning. A.J. Ellis, last guy left on the bench.
Yeah, a lot of slash marks for the extras when it comes down to Andy Green and both Mike Matheny.
So Ellis will pinch hit in the pitcher's spot. So Adam Simber out of this game. You know who's not out of this game? John Brebbia, who's back out there for his 3rd inning of relief. He's been outstanding.
Outstanding, 4 strikeouts in his 2 innings of work to this point.
Retired all 6 Padres that he's faced since coming into the game to start the 11th inning. A.J. Ellis checking in. 289, no homers, 2 runs batted in. Strike 1 to Ellis. Strike 2 to Ellis. AJ saying something to home plate umpire Manny Gonzalez.
Oh.
That has been called a strike.
It sure has. I think I saw it against Jed Jerko the last half.
Two balls, 2 strikes. 33 pitches since Brebbia has come into this game. Dealing with his first hitter of the 13th. Popped up foul, out of play.
Mistake breaking ball right there. Ellis wants that back.
Twins and Angels are playing bonus baseball tonight as well. They're in the 12th.
I love bonus baseball.
In Anaheim. 2-2. That's ball 3. Good at bat here by Ellis to work it full. After getting down very quickly, 0-2. 7th pitch of the at bat coming up. Travis Jankowski waiting on deck. Ball 4, and Ellis is on to begin things here in the 13th inning. First batter to reach against John Brebbia since coming into this game. Gonna have a pinch runner at first base. Jordan Lyles, the pitcher, is going to pinch run.
Speed kills.
Lyles representing the winning run as he gets stretching over there at first base right now. Jankowski up. First, and back is Lyles. My question is, Lyles has to be a faster runner than A.J. Ellis to be in this game, right?
No question.
Yeah.
Yes. And what the situation is too, when you extend into innings, typically these starting pitchers come out with their tennis shoes on. They go back in and put their spikes on.
Strike 1 to Travis Jankowski. He has 2 hits in the game, a single in the first and a single in the 10th. Bobby Erlin in the pen. And Simber was hit for in this inning. So Simber's night is over after 1 inning of relief and a strikeout. Time called very late.
Oh.
Jankowski pulls it back, it gets away, and Lyles will take second base. Well, that's big.
You know, Brebbia has been throwing some really good breaking balls. You see him late pulling this back. That affects Pena for a big pass ball.
It's Lyles into scoring position here in the 13th inning.
Now, to me, I think this is a definite bunt situation for Travis Jankowski, bunting it down that third baseline.
Jerko in on the grass at third, thinking along those lines. Does square, pulls it back, 2-1. Incidentally, this is the second time in Jordan Lyles' career that he has pinch ran. He's the winning run at second base in the 13th inning. Three and one.
Remember, Brebbia worked an inning last night's game and now extended in this game. Seeing the command become an issue in this at bat.
40 pitches for him tonight. 2+ innings so far. He's worked the 11th, 12th, and started the 13th. Jankowski takes strike two. That's a big strike right there for Brebbia.
Sure is. Really takes the bunt off. See if he has the confidence to stay with that sacrifice situation, because you have to advance Lyles to third base.
Fouls it back. No sign of bunting there. The battle continues.
I think he goes to a fastball here, fastball away. Why? Because he wants to try to eliminate Jankowski pulling this baseball.
Down and in, ball four, and Jankowski is aboard. Back-to-back walks here allowed by Brebbia. And we're going to have a pitching change here, a double switch it appears. So back-to-back walks, 2 on, nobody out, and to the pen goes Mike Matheny. Myers has been warming in the pen, and it looks like Myers is going to be coming into this game. Pitching change, game tied 1-1 in the 13th. Reached here for the Padres in the 13th inning. Mike Myers comes into the game for the Cardinals. He was recalled on Thursday for the 4th time already this season from Memphis. And he took the spot of Carlos Martinez, who went on the DL.
Almost seems like there's always a guy on the roster that does that shuttling between AAA.
Kevin Quackenbush did it for a long time here over the last few years.
Now he's with the Cincinnati Reds.
6th overall appearance for Myers. First appearance of this series. Comes in a tough spot. Runners at first and second. Nobody out in the 13th inning. This pitch will be the 400th pitch of the game.
That many?
Yes. Eric Hosmer 0 for 5 on the night. Hosmer lines it into right field, down towards the corner. Jordan Lyles is coming around, and the Padres will walk it off tonight in 13 innings. The Friar faithful will go home happy.
You know what, Don, on the night that you celebrate a 1998 team, also Kevin Towers, Rob Piccolo, how fitting of an ending for Eric Hosmer to come up with a huge hit, making the 1998 team proud. Big win for the Padres.
Simmer a winner. Brebbia takes the loss. A walk-off victory for the Padres. This is the 9th career walk-off hit for Eric Hosmer. Jordan Lyles, the pinch runner, came around to score, and the Padres walk it off in 13.
You know, you really got to go back to A.J. Ellis and that plate appearance he had, the pinch hitting opportunity, working a walk, setting up the stage for Eric Hosmer to come up big.
This was a 4-hour and 16-minute battle tonight. First walk-off hit for Eric Hosmer in a Padres uniform. Hosmer standing by now with Bob Scanlon.
Guys, we're here with the hero of the ball game, Eric Hosmer. Eric, congratulations. How good does it feel to get the first walk-off in a Padres uniform?
It feels good. It feels good to be going home with a win tonight. You know, we were trying to find any way to get it going, and it feels good to be on top of this one.
You know, we had 33,000 fans out here tonight to celebrate the 98 team and to watch you guys play. How good does it feel to do it in front of this big crowd?
It's fun. It gives us something to shoot for. It really does. You know, seeing all the videos, seeing all the highlights of that year, and seeing this place, the way the crowd was, it definitely gives us something to shoot for. And, you know, we're working hard every day to get to the, just like those guys did in 98.
Eric, this is not new to you. This is the 9th time that you've had a walk-off in your career. Does it help being a veteran in that situation? What are you hunting for in that first pitch?
Just trying to put a good swing on something. You know, I felt like I was just missing balls all night, so was really trying to get on time and get a good pitch and not miss it this time.
Hey, does it get tough to concentrate this late in a ball game?
I think everyone just wants to be on top at the end of the day. You know, I'm glad we're going home with this win.
Hey, how about that pitching staff holding that Cardinals offense in check for you guys?
Yeah, they did a great job. Bullpen as well. Came in some tight situations, and a lot of guys going multiple innings out of there, so they did a great job.
Hey, Eric, congratulations. We'll let you go celebrate.
All right, thank you.
Hey, Eric Hosmer with the big hit today, guys. Backed up to you.
Padres Live post-game show coming up in just a couple of moments.